Good morning, colleagues.
Good morning.
Good morning.
A very good morning, Dumelang Bagolo Sanbonani.
Sawubona Hlala.
Morning,
Ninjani?
Chairperson.
Sawubona Chairperson.
Kunjani, Honorable Singh?
Ngiyaphila. Wena?
No, nami ngiyaphila.
That's
Ngiyajabula.
good. Good. That's good. Ngiyathokoza baba.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. Sawubona Ntate Dlamini.
Chairperson, kunjani Chairperson?
Ngiyaphila Baba Dlamini.
Yathi siphila ngenkani emhlabeni man, noma kunzima siyaphambili.
Hayi kwenye indlela. Masibambe kanjani.
Sibamba kanjani.
Honorable Kanjo, molo sis.
Molo, Chairperson. Kunjani?
Akhonto kuwe.
Ndiyaphila, Chair. Akhonto, ndiyabulela.
Abe kudala uvile man. Orubone ngetent. Iyohlulakela itent.
Hayi, uhlulekele, Chair.
Honorable Winkler, good morning to you.
Sawubona Hlalo, kunjani?
Ngiyaphila.
Yebo.
Great. Great. Let me check. Member Sawubona.
Sawubona Chair.
Kunjani?
Ngikhona mara ngisesebhizi ne. Ngiloke in but I'm still busy here. Ngile Parliament.
Uphi ngani?
Hayi mtase busy la Parliament. Saqelela uyi1 nothi la kunabo Paulson. But I'm in Parliament.
All right, Honorable Bryant, good morning.
Good morning, Chairperson. How are you today?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Wonderful.
Great. Honorable Paulson, good morning to you.
Is that an apology, Chair?
Oh, okay. Honorable Mchunu, Sawubona.
She also sent an apology, Chair.
Oh, okay.
Recording in progress.
Honorable Holomisa Molo.
Apology, Chair.
Aye. Where is that apology? Okay. Good morning, Deputy Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment.
Also an apology from the Deputy Minister, Chair.
Isn't it that it's the minister who sent the apology? Good morning, Minister.
Morning, Chair. Is the DG here? Minister is in cabinet. I'm assuming the office sent an apology.
That's the only
Chair.
apology I know. That's the only apology I know, DG. Good morning to you and welcome. How are you feeling?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. I'm feeling much better. I'm recovering well. Thank you.
Great. It's good to have you. Oh, this is the end of Hollywood. Or Hollywood continues in your presence?
For today, Chair, formally next week I'm back. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Okay. I think we should start. Good morning to everyone else.
Chairperson, am I not part of your meeting anymore?
Honorable Weber. Goeiemorgen.
Good morning, sir. I hope you all are well.
I apologize unreservedly. I knew that there's somebody that I'm missing, but I just could not find out who it is. I'm sorry. Good morning to you, Honorable Weber.
Good morning, sir. Altyd goed, dankie.
Baie dankie. Dis baie lekker hier so buitekant. I'm not too sure if there's anyone I'm missing. I don't want to fall into that trap again. Is there? No. Manibulisa wena Chileka. Kunjani?
Siphilile Chair, Nkosi, kunjani kuwe?
Akho nto tu akho nto ndimlibele.
Siyabonga. Bulisa noNhlanhla, noDarren.
Andizuyenza ke loo nto. Soze tu. Benibulisana namadoda apha.
Kuthela abasebenzi bakho.
Soze benibulisana namadoda. Khawundiyeke man Chileka. I think we must start. Good morning to everyone. Good morning to all the chairpersons of the boards. Good morning to the CEOs, the CFOs. Good morning to the people of South Africa who have joined today's meeting. I have a delegation list from the department. It is very, very long. If I start reading it now, I should finish around 10:30. So in the name of peace and progress, let me just acknowledge the leadership of the department led by the DG today and the CFO, Ms. Chas, the acting DG. Let me acknowledge you. I'm told until Tuesday you are still in Hollywood. And all the DDGs of the department and the chief directors who are here, the CEOs of Sanbi, and all the other entities. Let's start. May I request that you flight the agenda, Chileka, and we take apologies. Good morning privately to Nhlanhla and Darren. Can we take apologies formally?
Yes, Chairperson, I have apologies from the Minister, Deputy Minister, Honorable Mchunu, and Honorable Paulson. Thank you, Chair. Okay.
I also got a message that the TM has indicated that she might join the meeting a bit later. She's also in cabinet committee meetings. That means that this delegation of the department is led by the DG. Very strange, but that's fine. Honorable members, do we have other apologies? Okay, we don't have apologies. Can we get a mover for the adoption of the agenda?
Good morning, it's Gancho. I move for the adoption of the agenda.
Morning, Honorable Gancho Siyabonga. Can we have a seconder?
Morning, Chair. It's Honorable Mbata. I second the move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mbata. I am Chileka. The list that you gave me, it does not tell me who is presenting from the office of the Auditor-General. The agenda as adopted stipulates that we are getting the briefing from the office of the Auditor-General for the the outcomes of the 2022-2023. By a sign of hand, perhaps, or can I get I suspect is Andres. Good morning to you, Morena. Welcome. Please proceed without further ado.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, Honorable Members. My name is Andres Segeto. I'm from the Office of the Auditor-General. I am the head of portfolio for one of the business unit leaders that takes care of, amongst others, the environmental affairs portfolio. Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Let me also extend my regards to all the other colleagues and the DG and the teams and all the other officials on the call, and all protocol observed. Ours, as you've rightfully pointed out, Honorable Chair, is to come and brief the Portfolio Committee on the outcomes of the portfolio for the financial year 2022-2023. That includes all the institutions, all the entities, including the department over which this particular Portfolio Committee exercises its oversight responsibilities. Honorable Chair, I am joined on the call by some of my colleagues from the Office of the AG, who will be doing the detailed presentation. First on the call, I'm supporting the team, Mr. Jacob Rakosa. He is the senior manager responsible for the execution of the audit. There's his handsome face waving to us, so at least we know we don't have any bandwidth or connectivity problems. So the presentation, hopefully that's good things, a sign of good things to come in terms of the presentation. And then he might also be supported by one or two of the other team members who are responsible for the various audits, because there are also quite a number of auditees in this portfolio. Honorable Chair, as he kicks off, I must also declare that because we have a number of committees running at the same time and a number of briefings running at the same time, I am supporting the various teams, so I might jump in and out of the meeting as I support the other colleagues as well on the other briefings. But for now, I will assist this team in doing the opening remarks. Jacob, without further ado, do you mind quickly flighting for us the presentation, and then we can get started on the presentation? Honorable Chair, honorable members, as Jacob is flighting the presentation, it's maybe worthwhile just to create a bit of background with regard to our audit process. As we all are aware, the Office of the AG, we conduct our audits in line with the Constitution. So we've got a constitutional mandate that says we must conduct the audits and then also report to Parliament and make sure the Parliament then ultimately we play our role in supporting oversight structures such as the Portfolio Committee to also exercise their oversight and supporting and empowering you by giving you the information, the insights that we would have generated from the audit work that we would have done, so that hopefully you are able to reflect and also execute your accountability and oversight processes for the betterment ultimately, and ensuring that these portfolios deliver on their committed mandate and achieving the strategic aspirations and direction as would have been envisaged by this leadership. Honorable Chair, so that hasn't changed, but as with all things, on an annual basis, we keep reporting. Jacob, can we have the presentation, please? I don't see the presentation being flighted, and I'm almost... Apologies for that, Honorable Chair. As the colleagues are flighting, like I said, I'll just continue in the interest of time just to give the high-level background. So, Honorable Chair, the Office of the AG has been issuing its reports over a number of years, making recommendations and trying to play our part in terms of the constitutional mandate to try and move along our public sector environment. Unfortunately, Honorable Chair, across the years, there was an observation that maybe the progress and the rate of progress was not at the hoped for pace. And so from that point of view, the Office of the AG embarked on quite an ambitious strategy. It's called the Culture Shift Strategy 2030. You'll also hear it says 2030, so it's almost aligned to some of government's strategic goals and aspirations in terms of timelines being linked to the NDP. But also, if you look at, if you listen to the words I used, it says culture shift. So saying, what is the culture that we all aspire to, the culture that we want to see, the public sector culture that we all think our citizens on the ground deserve? And that's what we really need to work towards. Can we maybe in the background assist the committee secretary by giving the colleagues access to be able to share the presentation? Honorable Chair, maybe whilst they are also sorting out the logistics behind the presentation, we'd also be guided by you, Honorable Chair, as to how much time you would allocate to us. I don't think we really discussed that. I see we are almost 5 minutes into our presentation, but there's no presentation that's been flighted. So it'll be a good sort of age. We can also maybe get some form of indication from Honorable Chair how much time we have that is allotted to us, Honorable Chair.
I'm in a very good mood, Andres. You're only left with 20 minutes.
Thank you for that, Honorable Chair. It was quite clear. So we'll try and move within the confines of the guidance that was provided. So, Honorable Chair, Jacob, you can go to the slide that talks to the accountability ecosystem. I've spoken about our vision and mission. So, Honorable Chair, to try and get to the culture that we want to see and for the impact of the citizens on the ground, it was also important as the Office of the AG to say, let us take stock of where we are as a country. So the previous slide that the colleagues just flighted so quickly just gives a sort of synopsis of the lived realities of the citizens on the ground. And you'll see it's all encompassing. Our AG and some of our senior leadership also shared this slide with the Deputy President when they met with the DP, just to give context as to exactly some of the key issues and pressure points that we face as a society, that the Office of the AG also has to make sure that all our efforts are also geared towards making sure that we address some of these key risks so that we are able to generate those insights to assist the portfolios to then effect those improvements that we all aspire to see. So you'll see talks to all matters of infrastructure, education, health. It was just a synopsis in terms of where are we now so that we all know where should we be moving towards and what needs to be done to get us from the baseline. Honorable Chair, honorable members, that effect, we said in order for all of us to move and in the implementation of the culture shift strategy with the citizens in mind and the impact on the citizens on the ground in mind, it was important that we all understood who are the role players that are required to assist in this regard. And this picture on the screen depicts the accountability ecosystem. We commonly refer to it as the accountability ecosystem because as with an ecosystem, especially quite in the environmental space, if one particular aspect of that ecosystem is not functional, it means it could have a detrimental impact on the overall ecosystem. And therefore, all of us are accountable in this ecosystem. And you'll see, Honorable Chair, honorable members, it starts right from the left where it talks about the officials who are on the ground executing the day-to-day activities, their responsibilities that they have to make sure that they execute these responsibilities in a manner that is aligned to the impact that they want to see on the ground with the citizens, being supervised by senior management, providing proper guidance and leadership, and then obviously the accounting officer and the executive authority taking accountability, ownership, and leadership for their respective portfolios. I always joke as well, Honorable Chair, when we get to this slide and say, if you look at the accounting officer, he or she does not have a platform. They're almost standing on the slope. They're having one hand on the executive authority and one hand in the administration, trying to make sure that the strategic aspirations, the guidance that's provided by the policy and strategic leadership is implemented by the officials on the ground. I don't know whether that was by design or just coincidentally worked out like that, but I always highlight that as a light-hearted comment. But then on the right-hand side, Honorable Chair, is where we are finding ourselves here today, where there are other role players as well, including oversight committees such as the portfolio committee, the coordinating departments, the treasuries, and various other provincial and national leadership that are required to provide support and oversight. And Honorable Chair, honorable members, you'll see right in the center of it all is we've put the Office of the AG to say the AG, we engage with all these people and all these role players in the accountability ecosystem. And our work, how we do it, Honorable Chair, honorable members, we do our audits, we generate the insight, and we then try and use the insights that we've generated from the audit work to influence the various role players to do what is required. And where they do not act and where they do not respond, Honorable Chair, we then move over, unfortunately, to the enforcement side, which is where we issue the material irregularities. What I like about that particular slide, Honorable Chair, honorable members, is the fact that it's not a linear exercise. You don't start here, and if you are in the enforcement side, we say you are forever here and you'll forever be getting a stick. You'll see it's a continuum to say, in life, maybe certain things will go wrong, but you still have the opportunity to come back to a state of mind where should we then generate the insights and you move and you are being able to be influenced to do the right things for the right reasons at the right time for the people, for the benefit of the people, at least then we don't engage in the enforcement side. But so I like it that it's a continuum that if you find yourself having misstep, at least there's still space to implement corrective action and do the right things. And Honorable Chair, honorable members, you'll see at the core of it all, you'll see all our efforts should culminate for the betterment and the improvements of the citizens on the ground. And hence you'll see even this particular illustration, you see the citizens on the ground, and hopefully that also promotes and spurs on active citizenry. Now, Honorable Chair, I'm going to take 2 minutes just to quickly recap this slide. I want to bring it closer to home what this means for us in practice. Honorable Chair, honorable members, this portfolio, if you take a look back and you look at some of the outcomes they had, especially at the department the department comes from a space where they were receiving adverse audit outcomes. If we do a reflection of the MTSF, you'll see they were disclaimed at some point in time, and then they moved to really unfavorable audit outcomes, adverse over a number of years. And then there's just a small error on the slide, but then they were qualified. Now, Honorable Chair, if you look at this and you reflect as a portfolio over the MTSF period, you can see there's been a real improvement in terms of administration, at least, and good governance in your portfolio. And the reason why I want to highlight this specifically is it really started with, if you go back to the previous slide, please, with the portfolio committee. We had a portfolio committee in the 2018-19 year, and under the leadership of that portfolio committee in that year, they took a decision to say, no, the department, you are required to disclose certain things in a certain way. Why is it so difficult? Just go back and do what is required. And I think that bold decision-making and leadership by this particular portfolio committee at that point in time was really the catalyst and spurred on the movement. Now, Honorable Chair, if you then have that particular body taking that particular decision and supporting the fair and transparent accounting and reporting of your transactions, it then makes it difficult for the guys on the left to then keep on continuing to disagree and fight with no reason. So at that particular point in time, I think it also spurred on action in terms of the officials on the ground. You now have accounting officer and executive authority and senior management, including the office of the CFO, who really take their job seriously, and therefore now demonstrating that they are also wanting to do the right things for the right reasons, at least from a governance point of view, from what we were able to observe from the audit point of view. So the message I'm trying to make is this is a very good example, this portfolio of where you had the portfolio committee taking a decision, and then the minister and the executive authority and the DG, and also including the senior management and the leadership, calling to account and really being accountable and moving and doing the right things. And hence, Honorable Chair, you'll see in the next slide the improvements in this particular environment. But for us, it really all started with this committee showing really the power that the oversight structures can have in also assisting to implement the recommendations that are made by the Office of the AG by holding the executive authority as well as the accounting officer accountable, but them also heeding the call to action. Honorable Chair, I'm going to quickly hand over to Jacob, who will do the rest of the presentation in terms of the detail. Jacob, in the interest of time, with the chairperson's permission and indulgence, please proceed with the rest of the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Hope, and morning, chairperson, members, and colleagues. The slide before this one will put more context to where the department and its entities are in the current year. In the current year, we've seen an improvement in the portfolio as a whole. In that regard, that the department moved from a qualification in the prior year to in the current year, they are unqualified with findings together with Sandparks and Sembi. With Source, Isimangaliso, and Marine Living obtaining a what we call a clean audit, meaning they had an unqualified opinion with no findings on material findings on compliance together with predetermined objectives. We commend the portfolio as a whole for implementation of the action plans and also having corrective measures to ensure that they move from otherwise a less favorable audit outcome to the current favorable outcome. And with that being said, we move to the portfolio performance. In the current year, only two the department and SMB had material findings on predetermined objectives, seeing Source, Sandparks, Marine and Isimangaliso with no material findings on predetermined objectives. So the department, together with SMB, is as a result of not having the reported achievement not being supported by sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. The impact being the information that has been disclosed in the annual performance report not being supported by reliable supporting evidence. So with that, we move to the performance targets. Performance against the targets, mostly the MTSF targets. We focus on the ambient. We focus on the waste diverted from industrial sites, percentage increase in conservation estate, and percentage of areas of state-managed managed protected areas assessed with MET score above 67%. In that, we bring a highlight to the non-achievements of the MTS targets with the NACI, together with the target on the number of waste tons diverted from non-forest sites, a number of hectares of land added to conservation estates, and the MET target not doing so well. Overall, the department and its entities, they scored above 75% in terms of the targets that they have set, meaning they have achieved 75% of what they had planned initially. So the next slide puts more context into the issues that we've highlighted on the slide before this one, based on what has been disclosed by the department on the department and its entities on the annual performance report, highlighting the reasons of not achieving on this particular target, with the concerning one being the national air quality, the number of waste tons diverted from landfill sites for the department, and with impact with the percentage annual increase in rhino population in identified rhino cover areas in the KNP National Park. And the other one is for source for percentage of priority areas air quality stations available on SACIS meeting minimum data requirements. This is mostly solely impacted by load shedding and the maintenance of the infrastructures. This also is impacting on not just source, it's a trend that we've also seen for the department and the provincial departments as well. So the next slides are mostly focused on what we presented earlier on theme messages, which included the environmental sustainability as one of the theme messages, and our key messages around for the environmental sector, together with the department and its entities. We selected waste management, which was part of what we followed up since in the prior year. So in the current year, we zoomed in again on the waste depots based on the risks that we had identified in the prior year, and the non-compliance in a number of the waste depots was also cited in the current year, and part of it being the key messages that we are driving is the staking of tires applied in most of the depots, which is not in compliance with the approved chief fire officer operational plans, and which exposes the department to various risks, including not being able to contain fires because of the not complying with the fire outbreaks, and also with municipalities, we couldn't see monitoring by both the municipalities and the provincial to confirm that the depots are complying with the norms and standards as said. Some depots were also operating without the norms and standards being approved. This was also a delay that we have noted from the provincial space to assist the department in that regard. So the impact in here is the stockpiling, is also the exposure as a result of the fires that will come from the waste depots if action is not taken. We have also included some of our recommendations for the portfolio to also look into. So the other key service message is the air quality and climate change. As reported by the department, we are not complying as a country in terms of sticking to the NACI, which we were supposed to be below 1. We are currently sitting at 1.4, and this was also seen based on the priority areas that we've cited, which include the Fire Triangle and the other areas and so forth. If you can go through the information, you'll see that we are still struggling as a nation in that regard, in making sure that we are compliant to the standards which we set at 1. So part of the root causes being inadequate maintenance and safeguarding the instruments used to monitor climate change, being one of them for us to monitor. We recommend implementing adequate maintenance and safeguarding of the monitoring stations used to monitor climate and pollution. Backup plans to address the risks of load shedding as well. We've cited that strict monitoring of the implementation of the air quality management plan by the industrial sector. I think there's a lot of interventions that are required in that space in terms of the plans that were set by the department in order to encourage adherence and the promotion of not only just air quality, but also we've seen that in the space of the waste depots as well. Well, when we one of the systems that have been developed by the that is in development by the department in order to promote monitoring and proper recording of the transactions and the project management that is done at project level is still in development, and it was also set to have been completed by 2022. Since 2028, 88% of the budget has already been spent, and the project is still behind. So part of the key message is that the cost being the original project plan could not be adhered to, partly due to the impact of COVID and the organizational restructuring which took place in the department. The key message is that we are driving is the inadequate project management process of the EPMS. There was no oversight on the project, as the last project steering committee meeting happened in 2029. There was no evidence showing communications to key stakeholders on the progress on the project. As per the project charter, the project was supposed to be finalized in 2023. However, the system development has not been concluded. So, in that regard, the department in the current year we started the process of monitoring the environmental sector, which will include the provincial management authorities, and to some extent, I think in future it will also include the functions that are related to environmental at local space. The sector that we've cited that is impacting mostly on local space, but there is monitoring by provincial and the department, is the one on landfill sites, which we have cited, and this is also based on the work done by the provincials and national. And we thought it's of key for us to mention where we are as a country in terms of managing waste from landfill sites. So if you can see, there are provinces that are not doing well, and the monitoring as well. We could enhance it, but obviously we have challenges in terms of the number of the environmental management inspectors that we have in both from national up until local space. So with that being said, if I can move to the observation of enforcement. So we also had data on the number of inspectors that we have across the country, which will include all the three spheres of government. And based on the challenges that we have just highlighted, we've seen that there's quite a lot of work that can be done in the space of monitoring compliance to NEMA and supporting legislation. You note that we've cited that there isn't enough capacity for the work that is done to ensure compliance to the NEMA, and also we also cited that the lack of capacity also has a ripple effect of getting to a space of self-regulation, regulating where you not only are you the custodian, but you are also the implementer. So if we could coordinate our efforts in such a way of reducing the space of self-regulating as well, that will assist in the compliance of the NEMA and its supporting acts as well. So with that being said, there's a slide that the Hope Andres has had spoken to, which touches on lived experiences. So we try to link the issues that we're picking up here with the impact that it can have to our citizens or at large. So for waste, mostly it will be the hazardous environment that will be created if waste is not managed properly, and also that will impact on the health of the citizens, which will have a negative impact on health sector, as well as there will be more citizens that are sick, and then putting a strain in the health sector as well. Not only that, is that if you take the landfill sites and you look at the impact that is having, it's having at national space, there is a number of interventions that must happen that has already happened from national space, which includes making sure that the availability of assets in terms of TLBs and so forth, the availability of managers to manage the landfill sites that were poorly managed at local space, and also the construction of landfill sites with buyback centers to ensure that there's proper monitoring of waste to try and discourage the illegal dumping that we see everywhere where we're going. And if you look at that puts a strain on the national fiscus, and to some extent it also makes some of the landfill sites to be at the stage where you can say they can be decommissioned, because they will not really be now at the stage where you can use them for the intended purpose without impacting on the health of the citizens. So with that being said, we move to the material irregularities. In the current audit, we have issued the department with 4 material irregularities, which mostly will talk to the Umvoti, which is the landfill site, also a KSD, which is also the landfill site, and which mostly is linked to project management and accounting for the financial losses that happen in that space. Part of it being project management lacking in terms of making sure that we keep track of the spendings and the deliverables versus the payments that have already been made. Part of it was made by the fact that the department in the previous years were prepaying the service providers and the implementers of the project, which after the findings have been, the material irregularities have been issued, and the findings were being issued before the material irregularities, has seen the department revising its policies to discourage prepayments, and also working on proper project management as well to ensure there's less and less such incidents happening. The other one is on the waste depot, which is the tower one, which we contracted with a supply we leased a land with the purpose of utilizing it as a depot, which didn't meet the bylaws of the Port Elizabeth municipality to a large extent, where it has never been utilized as a depot, and the department had incurred costs, obviously paying for the space, but it was never used for the intended purpose. The other material irregularity that we have highlighted is the working on fire on the disposal of the state vehicles through transfer to employees of the service provider, not in line with the requirements of the National Treasury. So we were quite aware that in the prior year, somewhere around December, the portfolio committee also had questions in this regard, where 42 cars were disposed, and then there was a follow-up in that regard, and we had since issued a material irregularity. However, we also saw additional disposal in the current financial year of about 6 cars that were also disposed in the current year. We have raised the material irregularities, and the department we have issued the department with the notification, and the department has responded to all of our material irregularities, and we are still following up on the working on fire, which we will refer to which we are still following up on. The department, in all the regards, have since tried to recover some of the financial losses from the service providers, and that issue is still sitting with that, and they will follow up on it. The recommendations that we are having for the portfolio committee is the continuous follow-up, following up with the accounting officers and the department in the process of the financial loss, to just ensure that there's recovery and continuous monitoring of the investigations to ensure that they are finalized and that consequence management is implemented to hold officials found to be responsible, accountable. So with that, we move to the compliance part. I know I'm above my time. Quality, we looked at the quality of the financial reporting in the current year. There was quite an improvement resulting in the department after the adjustment not having material, not having material, not having a qualified opinion on their financial statement. For compliance with the legislation, we've highlighted the procurement for sandparks, quality of financial statements, which was both for sandparks and sandy, prevention of irregular expenditure and unauthorized, which was for sandparks and sandy, consequence management for the department and sandparks. Sandparks also had non-materials non-compliance on revenue management, and the FFE also had a material non-compliance on asset management. For procurement, we have picked up a number of non-compliances for the department, sandparks, and sandy. And at the time we were concluding the audit, the department was taking together with the other entities, they were taking those findings that were raised during the audit through the assessment, through the determination process. So the current slide is highlighting the impact of the instruction note that was issued by Treasury in January. The impact it's having on the reporting of the regular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure together with unauthorized. So in the past, we used to historically report on the balancing, the balance of the regular expenditure to the extent of what has been cleared and what has been condoned and what has been written off to what was still remaining at the end. In the current year, based on the instruction note, what we can only report on is the movement, is maybe reporting on what you could see as a movement in the prior year and the current year only. And that also is also impacting on the following up on consequence management and we also, because it's no longer included in the financial statement, there isn't a lot of reviews by the auditors in that regard, only to the extent of just verifying the information versus the annual report. The regular expenditure in the current year for the whole entity for the whole portfolio is sitting at 700 million. In the previous year was sitting at 975. There's been quite a number for sandparks and DFFE where we've picked up expenditure which is still under investigation to determine the full amount, and also through the assessments through the determination committee as well. Consequence management dealing with irregular expenditure is also an issue where we will keep focusing on, particularly for sandparks and sandy. If the chair and members can note above, is that in the prior year we were sitting at 5.6 billion of the irregular expenditure, which is a balance, and we're currently sitting at 6.9 billion. Thanks. For conclusion and recommendations, we refer the committee to the prior recommendations that we had made, which included the continuation of monitoring the progress made in the action plans by DFFE, which was quite a lengthy process that was followed up by both the DFFE and the auditors to ensure that the action plan addresses the control deficiencies that were identified in the prior year, and it worked quite nicely for the financial reporting. Sandparks as well, in implementation of compliance monitoring controls in place to reduce material non-compliance and the resulted irregular expenditure. SMB was mostly on the AOPO section, and the other marine living source and Isimangaliso, monitoring of timeless implementation of the annual financial statements and the annual performance report preparation plans as well. So we have also noted the recommendations that are highlighted in green, and the root causes, recommendations, and commitments. They will include continuous monitoring of the action plans and inadequate reviews of validity, accuracy, and completeness of information, Also, a resignation of key finance personnel at SANParks did have quite a significant impact on SANParks' ability to produce a quality set of financial statements that we are accustomed to. Deficiencies in the quality assurance controls that ensure that the reported performance information is supported by credible and reliable supporting evidence as well was also highlighted. The key recommendations is the continued regular monitoring of progress made in the implementation of the action plans, SANParks action plan as well, and the others. And the interventions from us is that we will continue with our status of records review and where there are key issues that needs to be focused. The following is the slide on the portfolio committee messages. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Our slides end here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jacob. You got cut at the end of your slides on your second last slide before. Thank you. You got cut there. Just in the interest of the committee. The slide after the root cause and recommendations, I think it's a message to the committee. Yes, you got cut here. You want to repeat here, please?
Okay, no, thank you, Chair. The slide is the commitments that we are suggesting for the portfolio committee, which will include the continuous engagements on requesting proper detailed briefs on how the department and its entities continue to investigate irregular expenditures together with the fruitless and so forth. And the other one is this feedback must be clearly indicated in the action plan, in the action taken in terms of consequence management. The second one is on request regular feedback from the department and its entities on irregular expenditure to identify the root causes for because the department and its entities to provide action plans on how they implement preventative controls. The other one is on request and review progress reports of feedback on the tracking and identification of emerging risks in the portfolio and how the department is mitigating the risk identified that could prevent achievement of key objectives linked to the mandate. Request regular feedback on the material irregularities in the department and its entities, and how the department is addressing the MIS identified that could prevent achievement of key objectives linked to the department. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Jacob. Honorable members, that is the briefing from the Office of the AG 2022-2023 financial year audit outcomes. May I request that we engage the hand of Honorable Bryant is already up. Honorable Bryant. Are there other hands, honorable members? Proceed in the meantime, Honorable Bryant. You'll be followed by Honorable Singh.
Thanks very much, Chairperson, and thank you for the presentations. It was quite enlightening to see some of the detail, whilst it is certainly heartening that we've seen a gradual increase over the past 4 years towards an unqualified outcome. To still see the challenges that exist, I think has landed us back down on earth with a bit of a bump. it's sad, obviously, to see the department itself as the worst performer, with not being able to achieve 23% of those targets. And then, Sandbox also missing out on 15%. And some of the key issues that came out of that report for me are things that we have been speaking about for a long time, but remain ongoing challenges. The first one being the issues with relating to tires. Something that's been raised on many occasions, how the department deals with tires, the seeming inability to come up with a plan to properly recycle and manage waste tires across the country. And it's something that I think there's been a lot of dragging of feet on. And going forward, this really needs to be taken up again. And I do think at some stage we need to have an update in terms of that tire plan and strategy that we've heard about previously, but doesn't seem to have materialized into any real action up until now. It is also sad to see, again, that we are not compliant in terms of our climate change and air quality goals. But hopefully we can start to tighten up on that going forward, with increased oversight from this committee, and possibly some of the new regulations that may come from the climate change bill. I think one thing that really stood out for me was this implementation of the supposed EPMS system from ICT. And it's hard to believe, but to hear in the presentation that no meetings had taken place in terms of that since 2019. I would quite like to find out if there is a representative from the department on the committee that can give us some feedback as to why that is, whether this is a project that has been effectively disregarded, who's responsible for that, and why nothing has happened since 2019. Seems bizarre. In terms of the inspections of landfill sites, there's a huge disparity there in terms of provinces who have had great success in terms of inspections, and other provinces who have been really, really poor in terms of the number of inspections conducted. If one compares, for instance, the Eastern Cape, it's 20 out of 100 and something, I think 103 that have been conducted. Western Cape, 96 out of 96. It's 100% of inspections have been conducted of landfill sites. But why is there such a disparity, for instance, between those two provinces? In terms of the provincial equitable share, Eastern Cape gets more budget than the Western Cape does. But we're seeing a fraction of the number of inspections. What is the issue there? Why is that province not able to conduct inspections of their landfill sites? I think that's something that really needs to get attention. The 1.8 billion of irregular expenditure from SANBI. Just to ask the presenters, is there any indication of what this irregular expenditure comprised of? Is it located in one department, one directorate mainly, or is this just widespread irregular expenditure across the whole of the entity? Is it the whole of SANBI that has been engaged in irregular expenditure, or is there one specific project within SANBI where we've had 1.8 billion of million of irregular expenditure? And then finally, just in terms of sandparks, to the presenters, did you pick up any red flags regarding corruption and fraud concerns from within sandparks? In terms of point 3 of your overall recommendations, you have asked us to request and review progress reports and fee-based in the portfolio, how the problem is mitigating risks identified. So this was one of the things where we definitely have identified that risk on numerous occasions, in terms of the criminality, the fraud, the corruption that we have seen coming from within Sandbox. Is this something which, so I didn't see it picked up anywhere in the report. If you can just give us some feedback on that. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Bryant. Honorable Singh.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and may I also echo my appreciation to the Office of the Auditor-General for what I would describe, in my many years, a very, very thorough audit, and not only in terms of financial matters, but also in terms of performance. And I think Honorable Bryant has covered a number of the issues regarding details, which I suppose the department would have to answer, but the Office of the Auditor-General can clarify. And Chair, I think this is the time when the rubber hits the road in terms of, exactly what's happening within some of the departments and within some of those areas, because it's well and good to spend all your money and to tell us you met your targets, but this is where the litmus test is. And I'm glad that the Office of the Auditor-General has gone into such great detail of auditing, projects and things like that, which Honorable Bryant has picked out. But I think the other thing is that we will have to, thoroughly engage the department on some of these issues, and it's quite again alarming to see exactly what Honorable Bryant has said, that in some areas, there's just nothing happening in terms of getting job creation off the ground and getting projects off the ground. So I'd just like to commend the Office of the Auditor-General for doing this work, whilst also commend the department generally for moving from disclaimed to adverse and qualified and now unqualified. But there's still a lot of work to be done from the side of the department, and thank you to the Office of the AG for the great work they've done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Singh. Honorable Weber.
Thank you, Chair. I thought you might have forgotten me. I just want to ask something more specific. It is something that we worked on, and maybe the Auditor-General can help. I am referring back to disciplinary actions and our action or our access to information when things are finished and when it's not finished, and the amount of money that is spent on these disciplinary actions that somehow I find that maybe others have access to it, don't get access really to when will the things be finalized and when have it be finalized. And I want to use a specific example because, and it is about the CEO from Sandbox. There's a lot of money that was spent on the 3 people that was involved. Now, the first 2 people, the CEO and the social transformation guy, that was dealt with. And I know there were CCMA cases, which the department is not really willing to answer when it's finished and what was decided, but a lot of the money of the department is being spent on that. And then the third person, I still cannot find out if this person, since 2021, he's been working until now, if his case has been finalized, and a lot of money goes into this. And so I'm not sure if I come across clear. I would like to know how much money is spent on our disciplinary cases and why some of these cases are lasting 2 to 3 years. And this is an internal case. So I just want to refer to that because it's a lot of money. Last time I checked, it was over 10 million. So please, thank you. If we just can look into it, that's actually my question.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Weber. Are there further takers, honorable members? Further takers? Okay. Before we invite you back, Andries and Jacob, you know, well, as much as Honorable Singh welcomes the report, I join him in welcoming this report, but I must hasten to confirm that how predictable this report is. Some of these contents we are not hearing for the first time. As much as we also appreciate the movement of the department to unqualified audit finding, but the matter of the cars, the report of the AG says there is progress in terms of recovering financial loss of the cars that were given to working on fire. But if I heard you correct, Jacob, you are saying that there's about 6 additional cars that were given in this financial year. By who? Where are those people, and what is consequence management to that effect? Because we are still waiting for a concrete report on how far are we in terms of recovery. We must not be told there is progress, because in most of the areas of your report says there is progress in that, there is progress in that. But are we at we were at 45%? Are we at 50 now? Are we at 90%? I'm concerned about the recovery of these vehicles from working on fire. And who are these people who are giving people of working on fire these vehicles and in an unauthorized manner? And now there's additional 6 cars, if I heard you correct, that have been given to people working on fire. And then the report says there is progress in terms of recovery. To me, that's a bit of a contradiction. As it relates to SANParks on root causes of their finding, you are saying that there is key finance personnel that have left, which has negatively impacted on the financial statements of SANParks. Does that mean that they left with money? Or what does it mean that key finance personnel has left SANParks, which has negatively impacted on the financial statements of SANParks? What does it mean? You please make us understand. And I think the critical areas of our concerns have in the main been highlighted by Honorable Bryant. Kindly spend time there on the issues of this tire waste management, the air quality. We've just concluded the climate change bill and must still be tabled to the National Assembly. So we can't be indicating left and be turning right. At the right time, I suspect that the committee will have to agree that we'll have to engage amongst ourselves as the committee and the department on the content of the report of the Auditor-General's office, so that we get clarity and responses on behalf of the people of South Africa. Jacob?
No, thank you. I hope maybe before you can go before me, then I'll take direction from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, for the questions. And Thank you, Jacob, for also bringing me in. I think maybe I'll just take one so that you don't are left alone with the burden of having to respond to all the questions by yourself. So, Honorable Chair, honorable members, the issue of the skills and the finance personnel, the message that we're trying to bring across here is that you had personnel or finance staff who were quite skilled and understood the processes of the preparation of financial statements. So in those key personnel leaving, it almost created the skills vacuum. So this is, I think, a point where we also maybe need to stress the importance of making sure there's proper succession planning, and then also making sure that our processes are of such a nature that, you know, whether Honorable Chairperson is here or not, the committee should still function. So likewise, the entity was advised to say, implement process of such a nature that, you know, the people that are remaining and the processes that are remaining should still at least produce credible financial reporting. But that tends to happen when you have people in an environment that are there for long. They then tend to, you know, understand how things are done, get things done quicker. So when they leave, it creates a bit of a skills vacuum. So it's not that people left with money, Honorable Chair. It was just, it created the skills, a vacuum or a skills gap. And so when the financial statements were required to be prepared in the current financial year, it was a bit more challenging than it needed to be. Then I also take the Honorable Chairperson up on the recommendation that was made. So should the committee still require more detail or a workshop in terms of unpacking some of these issues in a bit more detail, we are certainly more than able and willing to come and assist the committee in any form of workshop that the committee would like to engage in going forward to assist the committee in its oversight responsibilities. So Chairperson is more than welcome just to extend an invitation once the committee has decided on a date and time, and then we will try and see our best in terms of how we then support the committee in that regard. And then I also take the comment around the importance of making sure that, especially in the climate change aspects and the matters of a waste tire, that Jacob should spend a bit more time on in unpacking some of those just for the benefit of the committee. We'd also not want to find ourselves in a situation where the committee has reported something with the intention of taking a particular direction on the basis of having received certain information from management, and then now here comes this report, and it seems then to create questions around some of the decisions that you may have taken, and hence the importance of these engagements that we are currently having, and having independent assurance in terms of information that is used. I think, Honorable Chair, that also will strengthen the recommendation around making sure that when the entities and the department come and report to Parliament, that the portfolio committee asks them how they have verified the information, because they've got internal audit functions, they've got audit committees. So how are they utilizing those members who also provide assurance in terms of the accountability ecosystem and the combined assurance model? How has management of the department used those structures to give some form of assurance, so that at least when you also move with those submissions and you make critical decision, then you know at least it's informed by some form of assurance process that would have been applied by the department. Then Jacob, I'll hand over to you. You'll answer the issues with regard to the disciplinaries and some of the other more detailed question in the root causes. Thank you. Through you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Hope. Honorable Chair, I think Hope has covered me on the key finance personnel. You are spot on. The issues of the tire waste, I think we had highlighted the issue to say partially the reason why the department is not doing so well in that regard is that there are legacy issues that we still need to deal with. Part of it being the issue of the waste management plan that is still in draft, that the department is still in communication with the stakeholders within the tire waste industry, which has not been approved in that regard, which we are of the opinion that maybe some intervention from the oversight committee will assist in speeding up the process. Part of the tires staking the way they are is that if you go to certain regions within the country, you'll find particularly those that are close by the industrial where tires are being manufactured. there's a lot of rejects in terms of tires that are really also adding to the problem of piling up of the waste tires in that regard. Majority of them, you will find that a significant number of those tires that are in a particular depot are as a result of reject tires that went through the manufacturing process that have not passed certain standards. So those are some of the things that are putting quite a lot of pressure in that regard. So the waste management plan is one that is also holding the negotiations for the department to have an approved waste management plan to better deal with the issues, and also increasing the processors in that space to ensure that the diverted tires don't find themselves being piled, but rather processed into something else to reduce the number of the tires that are being piled. So with that regard, I think majority of the comments made by Honorable Brian will require a response from the department. The landfill size as well. If we go to the landfill size, Honorable Chair, is that with the blessing of the department, and we've made sure that it's quite clear that we are following up on sector issues. So with the sector issues, is not only the department at national space that participated, is also the provincial departments as well that assisted in monitoring the landfill sites that are at the municipal space. So this was to highlight that the NEMA is not only at national, but it's also impacting up until the local space. So which clearly will require some kind of the three spheres of government, maybe the two spheres, provincial and national, maybe through the assistance. I'm not suggesting anything, but through the assistance of the NCOP and so forth for intervention in this space, because the department is doing a number of interventions in that space, and there are provinces that are doing quite well, and there are provinces that are not doing so well. So in that regard, we are just highlighting this so that the oversight and can also assist in maybe speeding up the process of now dealing with the issues of landfill size. With that in mind, because both spheres of government are responsible for the NEMA in terms of that regard. So with the EPMS, Chair, is a response that my colleagues from DFFE will respond to. So the other issue on irregular expenditure by Honorable Bryant was on the 1.8 million at Sandy. It's mostly on two programs. It's on program administration, and it's on program one, which is National Zoological and Botanical Gardens. So it's mostly on the legal service exceeding the contract value, and the online service on admission of tickets. So it's mostly on those two programs. So for SAMPACs, we as the auditors have not picked up the issues of fraud. But however, the department is following up on fraud-related matters, particularly in the KNP, in the Kruger National Park, which at the time we were issuing this program, we were issuing the slides, we didn't get feedback in that regard. So there was also an Honorable Weber spoke about the spendings in the disciplinary in the disciplinary processes. I think the department will respond in that regard. So the working on fire with the 6 vehicles that were disposed in the current year. The department, even in the prior year when the 42 cars were disposed, they did contact working on fire to discourage this from happening. However, the working on fire still continue disposing the 6 vehicles. They have referred the matter to the state attorney for assistance in that regard. So my understanding is that the department has already sent a letter of intention to have the vehicles transferred back to the department by the 29th of September, which is about 2 weeks ago. Okay. I think I've covered all the questions that were asked, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Weber, followed by Honorable Bryant.
Sorry, Chair. I know my question was very strange, but I didn't get an answer to it. I basically just want to know is how do we know how much money was spent on disciplinaries? Where does it come from? And how can we access that and minimize it? But I strangely didn't get an answer. I know I heard my name, but I couldn't find out. If you can maybe give more clarity on the amount of money that is spent and how that can be controlled. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Bryant.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the responses. So I mean, I think your rationale around the inspection of those landfill sites then does make sense. That it's a sort of a degree of competence within certain provinces that is perhaps lacking in other provincial governments at present, and I think that's certainly something that we need to address in an intergovernmental way going forward. In terms of the issues with Sanbi again, you mentioned that it was split between administration and I think you said zoological gardens. What is the split between that in terms of that 1.8 million? Where's the bulk of that sitting in terms of irregular expenditure between those two? And then I didn't quite catch it. I think it was a little bit muffled as you were speaking at the end. The reasons for not highlighting the fraud within sand parks within the presentation. What were the reasons behind that? Because that does seem to be something that's quite important and should be included. If you can just explain again why that hasn't been included and whether it will be included going forward. Thanks.
You for the question, for the follow-ups, honorable members. Through you, Honorable Chair, is it fine if we proceed?
You have already spoken without my authority, bro. You have taken over, Andres. Can you also deal with my follow-up? I don't think that matter of the material irregularities on that working on fire was sufficiently responded to by Jacob. Come in, Andres.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies once again. I think I started with, as soon as I spoke, I realized I haven't been recognized, so please accept my sincerest apologies there, Chair.
No problem.
Thanks, Chair. So, Honorable Chair, I think to answer the question on the first one, so Jacob, we can try and get the detail. We don't have the detail as far as I can tell from the team, because Honorable Chair, honorable members would recall that when we do audits, we audit on a sample basis. So when we look at expenditure, we might put it in certain populations, but we don't just look at the expenditure per se just for the disciplinary and what the cost is just on the disciplinaries. It might be encompassed or included in various other overall testing of expenditure. So we can certainly, I think the commitment we can make through your permission, Honorable Chair, is to come back with the amount to the honorable member who asked for the specific amount, so that we can endeavor to do and just get that amount and dissect it from the bigger populations that we would have been that we would have tested. Then the follow-up question that was also asked by Honorable Weber related to the same issue of the money spent on the disciplinaries was also around what could be done to curb it. So unfortunately, from our point of view, Honorable Chair, if you look at the way the PFMA is structured, where there are any allegations or issues of transgressions, non-compliance, especially insofar as it relates to the issues of fruitless or irregular or any other business-related operational matter that the department or management feels entitled to, they are fully within their right to then investigate and obviously have to follow an ER process. But having said that, they must also then make sure that they run the processes, effectively, efficiently, and as smooth as possible, making sure that there's adequate preparation for these matters so that these matters are not prolonged unnecessarily. What also helps, Honorable Chair, honorable members, is having information readily available. So if your records management processes are of such a nature that when you have to deal with a particular matter and you're charging somebody and you have the information readily available, then that could also assist in fast-tracking some of the processes. But we also don't want to see the department falling foul of ER processes and then being the subject of litigation. So that's always a bit of you can advise, but it's still a management competency that they must take care of and make sure that they deal with it. But in terms of the number and the amount, we can certainly get back to the committee through the chairperson. Then on the follow-up question, Jacob will give us the detailed split. And again, should you not be able to have the exact detailed split of whether it's 60-40 or 50-50, we can always get back to the committee and then do a formal submission to the committee. And then he will respond to the issue of fraud that the member seems to be aware of, and how whether the audit process picked it up, and if not, why not, and just explain around that. And then the issue of the material irregularities, I think Chairperson, yeah, I also missed that one in our response a little bit earlier, where we spoke about, what is the full extent of the progress, but also what went wrong in terms of still allocating those other vehicles when in fact you have a finding in terms of material irregularity that you are already dealing with. So you already have been found to have something has gone wrong in the environment, and then the additional vehicles are allocated. But Jacob can also just assist us in closing the loop on that one should he have the information available. Thanks, Chair. Through you, Chair. Jacob.
Okay, thank you, Hope. Through you, Chair. I think for the Hope has covered me on the other responses, but the other one asked by Honorable Bryant is that on the irregular expenditure, 80% was under the administration, which is mostly the exceeding of the contract value for the legal services, with 20% being under the program one, which is under National Zoological and Botanical Gardens. So yes, so that's the percentage. So the other one, Honorable Mudi says that the 6 vehicles that were disposed of, additional 6 vehicles that were disposed of, they were not disposed of following the processes that the department and working on fire in the past had agreed upon. There was a committee that was supposed to be established for the right to dispose the vehicles to be obtained in that, which would have included officials from the department. Therefore, they didn't follow that process. Instead, they disposed of without getting permission from the department, even after the department has communicated that they must cease to dispose. So that's the what maybe I wanted to add on my original comment in that regard. So that's the reason why now in the current year the department has further now taken the issue to the state attorney for further assistance. I hope I've responded to your question quite well, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jacob and Andres. You have 4 minutes to spare. We had scheduled you to be done by 11 o'clock. But there are issues that, in my view, warrant the response of the department. I'm not too sure if members would advise that we must schedule a separate meeting amongst ourselves and the department wherein we deal with the findings of the Office of the Auditor-General, or we should exhaust the last 4 minutes to deal with that. Honorable Bryant.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, it was just the question in terms of sandparks and the fraud and those issues. I don't know if I missed it, but I was just checking in terms of why that wasn't included in the report, whether they were aware of it, not aware of it. I didn't hear. when he first spoke. So I just want to see what the reasons that it's not included in this report are. Thanks.
I thought you were also going to speak to the proposal I had made, that we need to take a decision on whether we want to have a separate meeting between the department and ourselves and the AG's office, not in a form of a cross-questioning type of a meeting, but where we get responses.
Yes, Chair. I mean, I would agree that's a good idea. Obviously, bearing in mind that the AG is responsible for ensuring that the departments are compliant. So we're going to have a somewhat of a proper chat and interrogation. But yes, I would agree with that. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Bryant. We'll get the views of other members. Jacob or Andres on the follow-up of Honorable Bryant.
Thank you, Chair. The question from the Honorable Member is that as at year end, the entity was still following up on the fraud issue that was picked up. So the reason why maybe we have not included it is that normally when it comes to the issues of the fraud issues, we normally allow the processes that should be taken by the entities and the department to go through before we can issue maybe pronounce on it. So from where we're sitting, we are aware and we have spoken with the internal audit, and through our constant engagements with the internal audit, we know that the processes are being followed to follow up on the issues of investigating the fraud element that was picked up at KNP. So as maybe in future, if that is allowed, we can maybe give a briefing on how far we are with how far the entity is in terms of the fraud issues that were picked up, and then we can have a briefing note submitted to the portfolio committee in that regard. We just at the end, we were still in the process of doing the investigations. Thank you, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. DG?
Yes, Chairperson.
All right, Ukona.
Yes, I am here, Chairperson. I am here.
Did you hear that proposal that we should have a breakaway session funded by your office?
I heard about a meeting for us to come and respond in relation to the matters raised in the report of the AGSA, but also the follow-up questions that were there from the honorable members. We are ready to do that, Chairperson. I think if that can be communicated to the Minister's office. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG. Ms. Madubela, can you, in our schedule, can you note it for us and arrange a meeting between us and the department and the AG's office?
Yes, Chair. A physical meeting, right?
Preferably.
Okay, good, Chair.
Right. Thank you very much. Let's take this opportunity, honorable members, to thank the Office of the Auditor-General, always well prepared and eloquent, Andres and Jacob and other members who might be accompanying you. Thank you very much for being here. We will certainly get in contact with you regarding that breakaway session that will be funded by the Office of the DG in the absence of all the DDGs. It's a separate meeting that will be held in Pretoria. Thank you. Can we now move to the South African Weather Services and invite the chairperson of the board to inform us why is it called today? Chairperson, welcome.
Welcome. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee, acknowledging the Honorable Minister and the Deputy Minister in absentia, the Director General, and colleagues. On behalf of the board, I am pleased and honored to present South African Weather Services Annual Report for 2022/2023 financial year. This report covers a period which the entity's work came into sharp focus following the extreme weather events visited upon communities, particularly in KwaZulu-Natal and the Eastern Cape, among other localities. The loss of life, displacement of people, damage to property, and untold infrastructure ruin observed in the wake of the storm that lashed 2 provinces at the inception of the financial year. Once again underscored the mammoth task that rests on the shoulders of the board, management, and the workforce of South African Weather Services. On this briefing to the Portfolio Committee, I am accompanied by the Deputy Chairperson of the board, Mr. Itani Paduli, the Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Isham Abada, Executive Corporate Services, Ms. Petro Decker, the Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Norman Mzizi, Executive Weather and Climate Services, Dr. Jonas Mpepia, and Mr. Ndabambi Nikeli, Executive Infrastructure and Information Systems. As a national meteorological organization and the authoritative voice on severe weather-related warnings in South Africa, the South African Weather Services exist essentially to safeguard life and property against harmful weather and climate events such as droughts, floods, landslides, storm, and wildfires. As the board, we are alive to the challenges that have thus far hamstrung the South African Weather Services. Chief among these has been the resource squeeze brought about by the COVID-19 induced loss of revenue, particularly from the aviation sector, which had over the years proved its contribution to sustaining the organization's services. In addition, there have been problems with the stability of source radar infrastructure. The problem was primarily the result of frequent power outages, including load shedding, cable theft, insufficient fuel for backup generators during prolonged power outages, and breakdowns. Consequently, the board worked with management to make the little resources the organization has at its disposal go a long way while recovering from the pandemic's effects and paying attention to the maintenance of available and aging infrastructure to prevent the collapse of the system. Despite the challenges faced by South African Weather Services, the annual performance results of 78.5% achievement is welcome, with the aim to improve and remedy the areas of concerns for the entity. To this end, the board has established an infrastructure sustainability plan, board ad hoc committee, as one of the intervention measures to assist management in ensuring that the desired turnaround plan in respect of radar performance is achieved. Furthermore, the board is committed to continue focusing the organization's effort on the provision of weather, climate, and environmental solutions rooted in science, improved scientific competence, accessible meteorological products and services, and dissemination of easy-to-digest information will underpin these efforts. I also take this opportunity to congratulate South African Weather Services management and staff on achieving a level 6 BBBE rating an improvement from the level 8 BBBE rating obtained in the previous financial year. Furthermore, I applaud the clean audit outcome obtained for the period under review. This outcome marks a significant improvement from the previous year, during which the entity obtained an unqualified audit. It is the board's hope that this feat will be maintained going forward. In conclusion, the board extends its gratitude to Minister Barbara Creecy, Deputy Minister Makgotso Sotyu, and the Department of Forestry, Fisheries, and the Environment for their support to South African Weather Services in the execution of its mandate. Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee, please allow me to request the Chief Executive Officer and the Chief Financial Officer to present the summary of South African Weather Services 2022/2023 annual report. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, the ministers in absentia, board chair, DG, and colleagues. I'll be presenting in the following order. I'm going to give an overall summary of our 2022-23 performance. Then I'll, with your permission, Chair, just focus on the areas of non-achievement. I'm going to then hand over to the Chief Financial Officer for the financial matters, and then we'll take questions if that's acceptable, Chair. Can we then move to slide number 5, please? Thank you. In terms of the overall summary of the Weather Service 2022-23 performance, you'll see that we had 28 targets in total. Of those, we achieved 22, and we did not achieve 6 of them. From a percentage perspective, it's 78.57% that was achieved, and then 21.43% where we did not achieve the requisite 80%. You'll see in particular that Program 3 seems to be quite problematic, and then we missed 1 target in terms of Program 4. If you can then move to slide number 12, please. Thank you. In terms of this target, the output indicator is the percentage availability of automatic weather stations infrastructure. We have a target of 85% availability. We've managed to achieve 81.42%. So we've missed it by roughly about 3.5%. Some of the reasons for the deviations is the increased load shedding over the period, and that affected the availability of some of our sensors. There were also issues in terms of the global system for mobile communications, or the GSM. When the power goes out, generally the signals are quite weak in some areas as well. As for corrective measures, we're looking at replacement of alternating current power with solar panels. And then we've also done LTE, or rather in the process of purchasing LTE modems. Next slide, number 13. This one deals specifically with the percentage of availability of the Global Atmospheric Watch infrastructure, or the GOA infrastructure. The target there is 85%. We've managed 78.11%, which is roughly 7% short of the target. Once again, the load shedding, it exceeded our backup power solutions in place, and it significantly impacted the data recovery, specifically around our greenhouse gas instrumentation. From the perspective of corrective measures, we've procured a nitrous oxide and ultraviolet biometer instrument. And then we're also looking at improving the uninterruptible power supply system for that core laboratory. Next slide, please. Slide number 14. In terms of this slide, the percentage availability of our radar infrastructure. As the chair mentioned, this is one of our areas of focus. We've only managed to achieve 52.23% out of a total target of 75%. We've had specifically interruptions in terms of power supply relating to load shedding, as well as challenges around peripheral infrastructure that is critical for the optimal radar functioning. We're monitoring continuously as a corrective measure the peripheral equipment, and we've also increased diesel fuel levels for our backup generators, some of the mitigating factors that we are putting in place to deal with this issue. Then there's also our lightning detection network. The target there is 90% availability. We've achieved 87.84, and we've missed the target by roughly 2.16%. We've had a problem in terms of the faulty and unavailable UPS supplies, as well as battery packs that are impacting on the availability of these sensors. And we've actually, as a corrective measure, signed a contract with the original equipment manufacturers, which will ensure that at the end of the 3-year period, our entire LDN will be upgraded completely. We've also actioned an UPS maintenance contract as well. Then let me take you, Chair and honorable members, to slide number 16. This one talks to the priority areas air quality stations availability. The target there is 80%. We've only managed 59.95%. You'll see that is quite a big gap there. We've had lots of instrument failure and faults at various stations. We've had intermittent power failures, not only due to load shedding, but also localized power supply issues. And those relate to things like cable theft, power surges, and this has also damaged the equipment, whether it's older equipment or also our new instruments. These surges impact the equipment quite negatively. And I think here what needs to be noted specifically is that the impact on the instrument downtime is more than the duration of the load shedding experienced. So if power is restored, instruments take a time to calibrate, and that's anything from 30 minutes to 4 hours in order for them to stabilize. And that varies between the different instruments. So in some instances, you have a situation where you have load shedding, and then the instrument goes down. It then takes some time to come up, and probably by the time it comes up, you usually have some more load shedding. And those results are obviously not very, very good for us. So some of those results, as I understand it, are not even used. In terms of some of the corrective measures that we've taken, Chair, we are looking at relocating some of the stations to more areas with more accessible electricity supply and stable supply, and then also looking at alternative means of powering some of the equipment. So the Sebokeng and Three River stations, we've relocated them to different locations, more secure, with backup power. We've also installed automatic voltage regulators at all our stations, so we limit the or even prevent the damage to due to power surges. And then we're looking at battery backup systems that can take load for up to 6 hours, and we're looking at acquiring those for all our stations. That process, the advice, is going to probably take until December to complete. Then I think let's go to slide 21. Chair, in terms of slide 21, this was our unregulated commercial revenue. We had a target of 27 million rand that we needed to generate. We managed 25.1 million, which is roughly about 1.9 million short of the target. The revenue from our commercial partners was below budget. This was as a result of the loss of some key clients, and also as a result of the forecast products that are linked to the uptime of the radars that were impacted by load shedding. Then I think, Chair, let me hand over. You can go to slide 33, and then let me hand over to the Chief Financial Officer to take us through the financial matters. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CEO. Good morning, Chair, honorable members, Chair of the board, DG, and colleagues. Thanks very much for this opportunity. I'm Norman Mzizi. I'll take you through the financials. Chair, I'll start with slide 34, which provides our financial performance. And I must indicate that in terms of the revenue from exchange transactions, we are sitting at 145 million, and which is about 27% of our total revenue. Now, this figure pre-COVID was in total 169 million, and pre-COVID, our revenue from exchange was about 22%. Now, we've seen the impact of COVID in the reduction of our commercial revenue. And the revenue from exchange transaction of 386 million, that's the amount that we received from the department. And it's about, in total, it's about 73% of our total revenue. And pre-COVID, it was about 62%. Now, due to the impact of COVID, we've seen a situation whereby our commercial revenue declined, and we have been assisted by the grant that we are receiving from the department. And in total, our revenue is 544 million. And the next slide, Chair, just provide our expenditure. And the big item under expenditure, we've got employee-related costs of 286 million, which is about 59% of our total expenditure. And at the end of the year, we had a surplus of 39 million. And slide 38 and 39, basically, Chair, it provides our statement of comparison of the budget versus the actual amount. And on the following slide, which is 39, it just indicates our total position at the end of the year, where we landed up with a deficit of 9 million, which is about 1.7% of our revenue. And slide 40, it provides our response to the BRRR, the corrective measures that we implemented, as the CEO has indicated, under air quality, where we have investigated relocating some stations to areas with more stable electricity supply. And we are also ensuring that we provide alternative power supply. And Sebokeng and Three Rivers stations have been relocated to more secure locations with backup power, because also in Three Rivers, we also had situations of theft and vandalism in the past. And by relocating the stations, it will assist in that regard. And we've also implemented automatic voltage regulators installed at all stations to limit or prevent damage to power surges. And we're also installing battery backup systems capable of supporting the station for up to 6 hours in case there's load shedding. And this process, we envisage to complete it by December 2023. Now, under financial matters, we have addressed all legacy irregular expenditures, and by year end, we had no irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure at year end. And slide 42, Chair, it provides the report on the audit. And as the chairs alluded to, we have obtained a clean audit. And in terms of the audit findings, we did not identify any material findings on the reported performance information for the selected programs. And then there were no material non-compliance with selected legislation. No significant deficiencies in internal control were found. And in the financials under note 7, we disclose the material loss of about 13.1 million. This is the results of the debtors that were written off, that were not recoverable from the bad debts that we had. These amounts were not recoverable. As we recall, we had SAA, Mengo, that went under financial or business rescue. And as an organization, because those amounts were not recoverable, we wrote them off. And also under note 37 of the financials, we also provide correction of the amounts there for comparative purposes that we have provided. And management have developed action plans to address the audit findings. And we believe that by so doing, this will assist the organization in ensuring that we continue to have a sound environment and continue with a clean audit. Chair, thanks very much. Thanks for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, South African Weather Services. Honorable members, may I invite you to engage the report of the Weather Services. Honorable Winkler, you will be followed by Honorable Bryant.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the presenter. I do have a few concerns because it seems that the core business of SAWS is being grossly impaired by a number of factors, including the power outages, no backup energy supply. We've lost a lot of commercial revenue. Perhaps the department could speak to this and how it's not able to actually meet many of its targets, for example, in terms of the GSM, in terms of GOR, in terms of the radar infrastructure, in terms of the air quality systems in the priority areas. What exactly is the strategy of the entity with the fact that all of these targets have been severely impaired? And how are we going to make up for that lost commercial revenue post-COVID and given all the other number of challenges that the department is apparently facing? Thank you.
Chair, can I speak? Okay, well, I'm just gonna speak. I think I'm largely covered by my.
I'm sorry. Please proceed, Honorable Bryant.
Yeah, no problem, Chair. I think I'm largely covered by my very erudite colleague, who I think's covered pretty much what I was going to say. I just think there is, in the case of the South African Weather Service, we must commend them on achieving a clean audit. Firstly, that is a great achievement. But I think there's something common thread running through many of these reports, which is an alignment between achieving unqualified audits and a high degree of spend and the achievement of targets and addressing core fundamental issues and challenges. And I think that is where we can definitely see an improvement that's needed in the future from SAWS. But I look forward to some of the answers to Honourable Winkler's questions as well. Thanks.
There seemed to be a bit of a problem with my gadget. Okay. Are there further takers, honorable members, on the report of the South African Weather Service? Okay. Mr. Abada.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I'll try and deal with some of the issues that were raised as concerns. I think just in terms, Honourable Winkler, of the ability of us to provide our services, yes, we're not optimally functioning on some of our infrastructure, but in terms of our services, I can give a commitment that we have been providing the necessary services. And I think that's borne out, Chair and honourable members, by the warnings that were issued throughout the year in terms of the bad weather. And I draw attention to the severe weather that we've experienced, and also the impact-based forecasts that were issued in relation to those. But also the recent wave surges and things like that we've actually issued warnings for. So just to give honourable members that assurance that in terms of the services provided by the SAWS, those are not impacted. And the reason I say that, Chair, is that we have almost a cross-functionality when it comes to the provision of these services. So we don't rely solely on one set of instruments to do our forecasting and weather prediction. So it might be that the radar is not optimally functional, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we are unable to use other means such as satellites and other instrumentation such as the lighting detection networks, etc. So to provide the services, and I can always get our technical personnel to give us a little bit more information in that regard. In terms of the GSM, that's the networks that are run by service providers. So in terms of that, we don't really have much control over how they are impacted in terms of their ability to provide the services. So we're talking about people like MTN and Vodacom, because we use their services to communicate between our instrumentation and our computers back at the office. So there we don't really have much influence over how the network operators deal with load shedding. I will ask our Executive Weather and Climate Services to talk to the issues around the GOR, the Global Atmospheric Watch, and what we've done to deal with that. And then also I'm going to ask, Chair, with your permission, that our executive infrastructure talks to issues around the radar and air quality stations and what our strategy is in relation to that. We are working tirelessly to try and bring those up to speed. Definitely the revenue loss is going to hurt us, but we are heartened, Chair, by the fact that our regulated revenue is on the rise. I think the latest report that I saw yesterday from the aviation sector was that we are at 95.7, I think, pre-COVID levels. So that will hopefully boost our revenue generation. But that's not to say that we need to not focus on improving our radar and air quality services as well. So I think, Chair, let me then hand over to the Executive Weather and Climate Services to talk to the GOR and our Executive Infrastructure to just give us some of the initiatives that we have been taking. I might say also that the board, as indicated by our chairperson, is quite involved also and is keeping a close watch on the deliverables in relation to these areas of our work. They've established a board subcommittee that is focused specifically on this, and that's assisting management to ensure that there's an improvement in terms of the statistics in relation to specifically our radar and air quality, because those are the areas where we've missed targets substantially. Thank you very much, Chair. Let me hand over to Dr. Mpepia and then Mr. Ndabambi.
Thank you so much, CEO. And with regard to the global atmospheric watch, over the period or the reporting period, we did experience a challenge with one of the instruments that measures nitrous oxide. And we've since started the process in April 2022, and as of January, placed an order. And as we're talking, the instrument has since been delivered in July, and the site is operating, and we're getting 100% results from that instrument. The other challenge that we had that we have since addressed was the backup battery, which can work. The one that we had could work and take up to 4 hours. We have since increased the amount of batteries. So we think that also that intervention is assisting us in getting more data from the Global Atmospheric Watch. Thank you so much.
Through you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you, CEO. My name is Mnikeli Ndabambi, Executive for Infrastructure and Information Systems. Honorable Winkler, I'm going to talk to the strategies towards addressing these infrastructure challenges. We have since set back members, and then we also realized that the equipment, the infrastructure we had was never really designed for the environment that we found ourselves working under, more especially for the longer periods. That also included how they resist the durations, like even your backup batteries. If the period is longer, and then they are no longer working, so they would have a short lifespan duration. Just one example. So we developed what we called a radar infrastructure sustainability plan, which was overlooked by the board, and it was since approved early in this calendar year. So then, members, I think that plan, which is also has got a budget, which we are going to be working on it at least for the next 3 to 5 years, will be quite useful. I think what is critical now is us to execute the plan. because we have analyzed all the issues, so it is well informed. We have workshopped our expertise. We have leveraged on our network in terms of being a member of the World Meteorological Organizations and also other countries that are having the radar network. And then in addition to that, we then brought together all the infrastructure, and then we developed what we called the Meteorological Infrastructure Sustainability Plan. So that is, we're also implementing, and we believe is going to address all these challenges. And I like the way you are posing the question, member, that what are the strategies? Because in a corporate environment that we're working on, so for the business to succeed, you need to strategize. And then when you strategize, you develop a plan that is informed, because you have also done some research as you are strategizing. And then once you've got the plan, you need to implement the plan. And I can see we're becoming nervous sometimes because some of the things you don't sleep today and then tomorrow is fixed, or you don't initiate this week and the next week it is fixed. So you need to be patient implement your plan, because at the end, when you look at the timelines that you've put in the plan, your success will be based on that, and also how effective is that plan. So if you are trying to change strategies in the middle, by this time next year, we might be found wanting. So I think it's important that we are disciplined and implement the plan, which has also been endorsed by our board of directors. And the CEO has also alluded members to the MTN and Vodacom as our service providers to transmit this data, this information. We are engaging with them, and they are also highlighting that, you know, they've gone to the stage now that when there's a load shedding, they don't put some of these backup systems they have because of the theft. So that is also another challenge, but that is about the transmission of the data. And I believe, members, that if we can implement this plan, we should be able to address these challenges. And the Chief Financial Officer is really assisting as we monitor the progress on weekly basis, because these are so reliant to the procurement processes. And we're also identifying the gaps within our managers in terms of them understanding the supply chain management process, because that is important, so that we are still operating within the prescripts of PFMA and the Treasury. So as we identify the gaps of these bid evaluation committees, bid specification committees, we also try to empower them so that they can have a better turnaround as they manage independently these committees. Thank you very much, members.
Thank you, Mr. Ndabambi. And Mr. Abada, I see the follow-up hand from Honorable Winkler.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the explanations. I just wanted to get some more clarity in terms of the strategy. Of course, there needs to be those timelines that are implemented to stabilize power supply to the various instruments that we use. What are the timelines to stabilize power supply? And the second question is on the commercial viability and the number of clients that have been lost. Were there reasons that these clients gave as to why they no longer purchased our products, for example? If they could just expand on that. Thank you.
CEO.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm going to talk to the commercial issue. We lost one in particular, an insurance company. I think it was Telesure, yeah, if I'm not mistaken. That one was worth about roughly about 600,000, Chair, in terms of revenue. And then there was one that we had with a partner. That one was roughly about, I think it was 3.6 million. So the revenue in total that we lost, Chair, is around about 4.2 million. So once in terms of how we're doing corrective action, Chair, we've actually now gone out and called for additional partnerships. So from those that we had, I think we have now, instead of the 3 that we had before, we've now signed up 5 different partners in the hope that we can make up that lost revenue, Chair. I'm going to ask Mr. Ndabambi to just give us a sense of the timeline, Chair. But I'm just wondering, Chair, whether it might not be more prudent for us to maybe just submit those timelines in writing to the honourable members, you know, to give the details of what's going to be done with each instrument, and then the timelines in terms of that, Chair. But I'll take your guidance on that, Chair.
Yeah, can we check if Mr. Ndabambi has the information readily available first, Mr. CEO?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable members, the information is available. We've got quite a detailed plan. And then when we talk to the timelines, for example, for the radars, we've got intent to source alternative power, but there are also the other peripheries that are around that. So with your permission, members, I would like to support the proposal from my CEO so that we can do justice to the members. We give this in writing, because it's not just an overall solution, then I can say by this time. But then when we give the written response, I think the members, it will be clear to the members. With your permission, Honorable Chairperson, thank you.
By when can we get this information, Mr. Ndabambi and the CEO?
Honorable Chair, we are busy relocating now, and then we have started with a physical relocation this week. I hope maybe my CEO, I don't know if can propose a date to be next week. If you can give us a date at least next week, Honorable Chair, so that we don't delay, we are able to honor the timeline. That is will be our humble request, Honorable Chairperson.
Isham?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, yeah, we are physically moving offices this week, so it does put us in a little bit of a predicament. So I'd request, if at all possible, if we can be given by next week, Monday or Tuesday, to submit the report. We'll do so, Chair.
Will you sleep peacefully tonight, Honorable Winkler, with the report coming on Monday?
Yes, Chair. That's adequate. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Source. We will be expecting it by end of business on Monday in a written format. Welcome to the meeting of the Forestry, Fisheries and Environment and its entities, Minister Makgotso Soju. Deputy Minister, we had received your apology that you are attending the subcommittees of Cabinet. I might be welcoming you, Kandi. You are still not there. Please say hi, DM.
I am here, Chairperson, and greetings to honorable members, yourself, and all the officials from the department. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks for accepting my apology, as I had some memos that we needed to present to the subcommittee. Thank you very much then.
Re a leboga o amogetswe, DM. Okay. I had thought the weather has just changed dramatically here in Gauteng. I had thought the South African Weather Services was going to take the portfolio committee through on what could be the problem. But the anomaly problem here rather. Let's now proceed to Isimangaliso. Isimangaliso, the report that we have received says that you have achieved all your targets. I wonder what is it that you're going to say to us. Welcome to the chairperson of the board and the team from Isimangaliso. Good morning.
A very good morning, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, honorable members present in the meeting, Honorable Minister in her absentia, Deputy Minister present in the meeting, fellow board members, chairpersons, Director General present in the meeting, the CEOs of the different organizations. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for affording an opportunity for us to present as Isimangaliso Wetland Park Authority. Chairperson, as we are presenting today, we are presenting the 2022-2023 annual report.
Inkosi Tembe, you are muted.
Sorry, Chair.
You got muted when you said you are presenting the 2022-2023 annual report. From there, you got muted.
Sorry, Chairperson. Maybe it was just a technical glitches. Sorry about that. As we are about to present the 2022-2023 annual report for Isimangaliso Wetland Park Authority, we have seen a change in community relationship since the last 5 years. The relationship has improved, and through the support received from the Honorable Minister and the department, performance has since improved from 87% in 2019 stroke 2020 to 100% organizational performance from 2020 to 2021 to 2022 to 2023. In terms of implementing commercialization strategy, we have concluded the small capital project offering activities, which is phase 1 of the commercialization. We have started to realize the revenue from the product of offerings activities as of August 2023. The key highlights of the small capital project commercialization is that 32% has been allocated to the previous disadvantaged group. Herein, they were initially 3% before the rollout of the commercialization. The progress to date on the commercialization is that we are 98% complete in submitting the small capital project for lodges to National Treasury. We have also completed the feasibility studies for the large capital project. On the St. Lucia history update, we are on par in implementing the recommendations for the panel of expert recommendation report. We have received a positive buy-in from the farmers and the large community. The latest meeting of the 30th of August 2023 was positive, with the community members welcoming the key milestone which have been achieved in implementing the action plan. During the meeting, an update on the progress of the basic assessment report was provided to the community, as well as the status of the specialist studies in accordance with the institutional Gantt charter. In the next 2-3 weeks, the next phase will involve a 30 days public participation process. Following the submission of the basic assessment report, a stakeholder subcommittee was proposed at St. Lucia meeting, and we have reached receive nomination from the committee that include the Sokulu small-scale farmers, to small-scale farmers, St. Lucia Rate Payers Association, Union of Cooperatives, sugarcane planters, fisheries community business operators, and private farmers. The intention is to hold the first sitting down meeting with the subcommittee within the next 2 weeks, and community involvement with form and integral part of the basic assessment progress going forward. The purpose basic assessment report is to request the environmental authorization for dredging in the Msunduzi and Mfolozi River. Additional, it was noted that funding for St. Lucia estuary monitoring has been secured amount to 20,225.49. This funding will support our efforts to implement and intensify environmental monitoring program in the Isimangaliso Wetland Park Authority as recommended by the panel of expert recommendation report. I think, Chairperson, this report, it repeats one of the report that we have tabled on our last report on the 12th of September, where the members, they were also eager to know in terms of the poaching and St. Lucia estuary, of which we have submitted to the portfolio committee. I think this is an update of what we have actually responded into. Thank you very much. I will then let our CEO to talk to the report extensively. Thank you. CEO, I think with the guidance of the chairperson of the portfolio committee, you may take the portfolio members through on the report.
Thank you, Chairperson. I don't know whether I must wait for the chairperson to give me that before we are accused of taking over the meetings, Lalo.
We will let the chairperson to bless us going forward. Thank you.
Isimangaliso, we don't want tendencies here. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to yourself, Chairperson, and thank you for the opportunity. Members of the portfolio committee present, our minister in absentia, and our deputy minister who has just joined now, chairpersons of the boards of different entities present, our DG and our acting DG from the department, our CFO colleagues. Good morning to all of you. Chairperson, you have indicated, maybe I must first start by indicating that when AG was presenting, I think in their first slide, there was an indication of a 98%, maybe just a point of correction there. It is 100%. I think AG, they took the Q4 report and reported on that as our annual report. Our annual report, which was audited, reflects 100% achievement on all the targets that we had planned. Chairperson, I must, as you've indicated, indicate that our performance on an annual basis was 100%. We had 53 targets, and we achieved all of those targets. But as you've indicated, Chairperson, I think one would rather concentrate, because I have no rates to present to the portfolio committee because of the 100%. Part of that includes the clean audit or the clean or the unqualified audit opinion with no matters of emphasis. which basically means that the governance in the organization or in the entity has improved, as AG has indicated earlier on. Our motto for this annual report, Chairperson and Portfolio Committee in 2023, you will recall that in 2021, it was conservation with the people, for the people. In this financial year, which was audited by AG, we were saying pushing back poverty through conservation and ecotourism. This is largely informed, Chairperson, by one of the authors, Ivo, who wrote, and I quote, "Global protected areas are faced with a myriad of threats emanating principally from anthropogenic or social drivers, which underpins the importance of human element in protected areas." This is further confirmed, and I close quote, this is further confirmed by WWF in their quest for rhino and rhino range protection, where they also say the role of the local communities as being very central in their approach. It therefore means, Chairperson, it is imperative for us not only to be boasting about the 100% performance as well as the clean audit administration, but we also need to demonstrate what is the impact of that to the society or to the people of South Africa, as this entity is a national entity. Chairperson, you will recall that in the previous presentations we've indicated, and we are still indicating, that in the financial year under review, we want to confirm without any doubt that as Isimangaliso, through the programs that we have implemented through the support of our department, we have managed to create 231 SMME opportunities. And what is exciting about most of these SMME opportunities is that they in turn have created employment opportunities for their fellow members of the community in return. And the sustainability of these programs are guaranteed because, for instance, if you look at issues like your alien invasive species, for as long as Isimangaliso is there, we will always be dealing with that. And that program alone has appointed or procured services of about 99 SMMEs locally. And each contractor employs not less than 12. So if you multiply that, it immediately goes into 1,000 plus employment opportunities that are guaranteed at Isimangaliso as a result of its existence next to these communities who are affected by poverty. We have also the Groen Sabenza, 200 unemployed graduates also around the area who are in the program. And interestingly, Chairperson, I must also report to you that as we progress implementation of this program and the young people getting opportunities, we are excited to report that most of them are also getting formal or permanent employment in other entities, your Ezemvelo and many other entities, including Isimangaliso itself. Environmental monitors, we've appointed 130, and we've recently, through the intervention of the DG, the CFO, obviously guided by the minister and our deputy minister, we've recently recruited 2,000 EPWP that are going to assist us to assist the municipalities in the cleaning and greening, as well as other programs in the park. So basically, Chairperson, if you look at this, it does tell you that it must not be a matter of targets achieved, clean audits, but it must also be the outcome and the impact that we are making to the communities that we serve. And that is exactly that, Chairperson. You will recall, Chairperson, that in the previous years, in fact, past 4 years, Isimangaliso was on the verge of losing its World Heritage Site because of the challenges that we had with our communities. I can safely indicate to you that we have turned around that situation, and we're working very closely with our communities, Amakosi, the fishermen, and many others, and there is very strong sense of ownership and collaboration, and it is quite encouraging. Let me go, Chairperson, to matters of interest for this committee, as the board chairperson has indicated. Let's start with the estuary. The panel of the department, in our request for the a declaration of a disaster in the park, said we must conduct a basic assessment, and they recommended that we must appoint a sedimentologist as well as the hydrologist and the social scientists to undertake the studies which will inform that assessment report. We have gone further through the funding that we obtained from the department and appointed over and above just to cast our net wider. So we now have the sedimentologist who looks at the sediments. We have the hydrologist looking at the water issues. We have the geomorphologist who is looking at the geological issues underpinning this. The marine specialists look at the aquatic issues, as well as the social scientists. We just want to make sure that when we submit the final report to the department for consideration of allowing us to dredge the estuary to relieve it from the pressures that we currently have, which ultimately leads to what is frustrating farmers and our communities out there, which is the inundation of their farms. At least we would have covered all the issues that we need to have covered. So I am happy, Chairperson, to report to you that as we speak, the basic assessment report has been finalized, and we are now in a process of the consultation. And in all these processes, we are working very closely with very cooperative stakeholders, your Ratepayers Association, Amakosi, the fishermen, the subsistence farmers from Dugudugu, Gwasukulu, Zonisha, and all that. And we do update them. And what is interesting, Chairperson, that in these meetings, they are the ones now who are seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, and they are fully involved and participating, and they are very progressive in the process. We have also even formed a subcommittee that we work within the reports of these specialists so that we can translate science into something that is palatable to a non-science person. So basically, this then indicates, Chairperson, that once we have filed or submitted this basic assessment, after receiving all the comments from the public consultation process, we will then be able to submit this report to the department by the end or by December, wherein we will be now awaiting a response from the department on what should be the way forward. So this is progress, and it demonstrates that we are attending to the matter. But what is more important is that we are all involved in dealing with this matter. The issue, Chairperson, of the alien invasive, the Kesserin, in the year under review, we managed to remove about 1,274 hectares. To date, we have removed 352, which means that, again, on the same space, we are doing very well. The estuary maintenance and management plan is now in place, and we'll be submitting that to the Minister for approval. And I did explain what it would mean in relation to the adaptive management of the estuary going forward. The other issue, Chairperson, is the issue of the commercialization. I'm also happy to indicate that we have concluded the first phase, and 32.2% of the local communities have been appointed or have been procured, meaning that we will now begin to see communities in the neighboring areas participating in these economic activities inside the park, so that the park is seen to be relevant to them as well. We were so excited with the response that we're getting from even the previous operators, who have also shown significant interest, and they're also part of this process. The other issue, Chairperson, is the office building. We have completed building our offices, as I reported earlier on. We're just sorting out the final details in terms of compliance, the electrical, and many other issues, and sorting out the finishing. But generally speaking, if you were that those offices are offices that can be considered as funded as we speak. Chairperson thought that it would be imperative that I highlight those issues and indicate that that's the impact, and that is what the clean audit the 100% achievement on our side means in as far as this APP. That's what it translates to on the ground. And finally, we have scooped on behalf of us as South Africa a platinum award in the Green Standards Exhibition Awards for small stand category at the Africa Travel Indaba, which was held on the 11th of May 2023, Chairperson. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and I will then hand over to the CEO, who is going to take us through the financial aspects and also explain how we have dealt with issues of audit. But safe to say, Chairperson, that the only reason why we managed to get this clean audit is because we looked at the internal audit reports, we looked at the AG reports, we combined that into our audit action plan, and it then culminated into us being able to attend to all those issues and obviously improving on the internal controls of the entity. But the CFO will then take over through you, Chairperson, from here on. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, CEO, and good morning, Honorable Chairperson, members of the portfolio, Minister in her absentia, DM, and DG and colleagues. I'll be going straight to slide 46, where I'm talking about financial position of the entity. The financial position of the entity increased in this financial year we are coming from, which is 2022-2023 financial year. We increased our current assets as well as our non-current assets by, yes, if you can stay on this screen, thank you. We increased by 84 million as a result of the additional asset that the entity procured that include your projects we are doing under Charters Creek, the new road we are constructing. So those made an increase in our assets about 84 million. And also in terms of the current assets, our current assets increased by 100 million. And when you look at our conditional grants, there was a grant that we received towards the end of the financial year, which we are implementing in this current financial year. And then if you move to slide 49, you will see that the entity is starting to move in the positive direction in terms of the revenue to the park, where we have increased our revenue from 33 million to 58 million, which is like about 25 million increase in our own generation when we talk about gate fees, the amounts that we get from the conditional grant, but that we use as part of our own generated income. And then when you look at on the grants, in this financial year, we moved about 343 coming from 277. So meaning the department was able to assist us to increase, in particular, or especially on the grant on working for water, that grant increase, and we're able to, hence our performance has also have some overachievements. And that led to the surplus of about 7.3 million in this financial year. And when you go to the next slide, we are indicating that we did have, slide 50, we did have a fruitless and wasteful expenditure of about 164,000 rand, which is being investigated now. That has to do with the interest on SARS that we are working on. If we can go to slide 51. Slide 51 indicates the audit outcome, as the CEO has said, that we achieved the clean audit in all the aspects, in performance and in financial statements. There were no material significant to be reported, and there were no matters. As the CEO mentioned, one of the key that we have added in our internal control is that we are using mostly our internal auditors. We have our in-source internal auditors. Before any appointment is made, we make sure that it goes through the process. If we go to the next slide, that is the response on what AG was talking about. Slide 52. That is what Auditor-General was presenting today. My slide is not moving. But okay, in this slide we are talking about one area that has been our issue from the past, was that we had issues around the procurement and contract management. That was the only thing that was keeping us from getting a clean audit. So introducing more internal controls, it assisted us to maintain or to achieve a clean audit without any findings. So we obtain our unqualified audit opinion with no matters to be raised. So even all our oversight committees assisted us to be in this stage we are in today, including the portfolio committee members. Thank you so much, Chairperson. That's all with regards to the finance of the entity.
Thank you, CFO. I think we'll hand back to the chairperson. And chairperson, on your question that you are asking about rhino poaching, we must report that due to the improved relations, as I indicated earlier on, we have 0 rhino poached in our protected area. Yes, we still do have minor issues in terms of your antelopes, but but we're working on that, especially on the side of Mkuzi. That's the end of our report, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. CEO and the CFO of Isimangaliso. Honorable Winkler.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the presenters, and congratulations on meeting 100% of your targets. I do have a question broadly about an issue that I think is synonymous with Isimangaliso, and that is the estuary management. So I'd just like to know where it stands at the moment. I know that a lot of the tourism stakeholders in the area had long-standing issues about the estuary not being dredged, and the fact that the estuary mouth had to be mechanically opened. So what is the status of that at present? Is the mouth to the estuary open? Is it allowing that silt to flow freely out into the ocean, or are we still finding a buildup of sediment in the estuary that is impeding the ability of stakeholders to work on the estuary? And then I just wanted to ask about any, I would say, instances where there's been allegations of sewage leakages coming from the adjacent towns into Isimangaliso and into the estuary. If there has been, as I said, any whistleblowing or investigation perhaps into that, and if we could get some feedback on that. And then in terms of the poaching, so you say that there has not been issues of rhino poaching, which is obviously wonderful to hear. But in terms of any of the other, big game, have we seen an increase perhaps in those poaching stats? If you could just give us some feedback. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Winkler. Can I check, honorable members, if there are further takers on the report of the Wetland Park? Okay, Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for the questions, Honorable Winkler. I think starting with the estuary, as I've indicated earlier on, we are dealing with the matter. The status at this present moment is that the scientists who were assigned to conduct studies or specialist studies around issues of sediment, issues of hydrology, issues of geomorphology, issues of the aquatic life in the system, the marine specialist in particular, and the social scientists. They have concluded their reports, and we are now at a phase where we are going through the public consultation process, where we are going to await responses. Our aim is to make way for us to be able to remove manually the sediment on the estuary, because it is clear that there are challenges. It is not going to be able to operate naturally as it used to be for gross human interference many, many years ago. Yes, in terms of sediment, it is still there. But I must also indicate that our sedimentologist, but you will get this once the report is finalized, does indicate that there is flushing to a certain extent, but of course, it won't be to a level which will address the challenge that we are currently facing. On the issues of salinity, water moving from the ocean to the estuary, our resident scientist has indicated to me, but it is going to come through a report, a formal report, that there is now the injection of salt water into the estuary, and salinity is gradually improving. But we will get a qualified report from a scientist with data that is credible once that is finalized. In as far as the sewage leakage, this has been a grossly worrying issue. This is the issue that involves the district municipality, Umkhanyakude in particular, and they've been alerted to this. And this is a historic matter. We have now engaged other departments, Department of Water and Sanitation in particular, the department, as well as Umkhanyakude themselves, and we are discussing this matter to see how best it can be resolved. It is indeed a very worrying matter, Honorable Winkler, but it is receiving attention and we are attending to it. Poaching, as I indicated, we do not have rhino poaching, we don't have elephant poaching, we don't have buffalo poaching, we don't have all those big antelopes, all those big animals. The only area where we still have a glimpse, and I'll say a glimpse of these challenges, is Mkhuze. But we are in a process of discussing with Amagusi in seeing how best we can deal with this. But obviously, it is the same model that we're implementing of making sure that people are given an opportunity to be able to work or get business opportunities so that they have food on the table. You do have those problems, but they're not as significant as they used to be. And this is only through the very same communities who are now alerting us if there are things that are untoward, and we're able to respond before they become an issue. Thank you, Chairperson.
I suspect there are no material irregularities that relates to finances. Honorable Winkler, your hand is still up.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to follow up. In terms of the collaboration with the Department of Water and Sanitation and with the district municipality, could you perhaps give us instances of where you found that there have been sewage leakages and what investigations have taken place, and to what extent these sewage leakages are entering into the estuary? Perhaps we can give a breakdown of that. And then just in terms of the poaching, have you seen an increase in the number of snares in the park? And if you could maybe just give an overview of that. Thank you.
Number of what? Snakes?
Snares.
Oh, snares. Oh, okay.
I'm sure there's many types of snakes in the park.
I apologize. CEO?
Yeah, I think the main issue with the sewer leakages that we're talking about, it's mainly in the St. Lucia area, and the engagements that we currently have. We have scientists now, especially as I indicated that we have resident scientists checking the E. coli aspect on the water, on the estuary, and many other attributes that could be, and many other issues that could be an issue as a result of that sewage. I think we must just wait until this committee has finalized their report, because we must identify exactly what is the magnitude of this sewage, what impact it has, and what are the proposed interventions, what the state of readiness from the side of the municipality, because one would expect that MIG, the Municipal Infrastructure Grant, would come in handy to assist in this case. But we also expect maybe assistance from the Department of Water and Sanitation as well. So we will await that to see what is the outcome of that. But what is comforting is that the matter is now receiving attention. On the issue of the poaching, as I indicated earlier on, snares, it appears that they are not as they used to be for the same reasons that I highlighted. The only area, as I indicated, where we are looking at this issue is mainly in the main, is the Mkhuze Game Reserve. That's where we had these serious problems. But the cooperation that we're getting from the community, the traditional leadership there, is giving a sense of future elimination of this problem going forward. But generally, throughout the park, not necessarily. We don't record an increase. Thank you, Chair.
Great. There is no increase of snares, Honorable Winkler. Honorable members, are there further follow-ups on Isimangaliso? The AG says they have recorded 98%. The CEO vigorously and vehemently opposes. The AG says, let's correct it, it's 100%. It's fine. We suspect that you want to invite yourself to our breakaway session, Mr. CEO, that is going to be organized by the DG. Wait for the invite. We still have to invite the TM and the minister. They are also not part of the invitees. Let me take this opportunity to thank you, Isimangaliso, led by the board chairperson. We are now supposed to take a break. I want to suggest that we shoot straight to SunParks after the presentation and engagement with SunParks, and we close the meeting. If members of the committee are agreed, let me check.
Chair, can I speak?
Yes, proceed, Honorable Brian.
Chair, I've got no problem with that. Can I just request that we maybe have a 5 to 10 minute comfort break just before then, and also just give SunParks an opportunity if they're not in. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, that's a good proposal. It is now 25 past. Can we then Mr. Bukosini, the CEO?
Thank you, Chair. I'm asking for your indulgence because I am en route from Mark. If I can be excused, Chairperson.
Okay. Another CEO, Isham.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we also have other engagements this afternoon that we need to prepare for. So I'd like to request that we also be released, Chair, if you don't mind.
So you are reducing the meeting of the portfolio committee to a meeting of CEOs, gentlemen. It's fine. I'm sure this permission you are seeking should be sought from the Deputy Minister and the DG. From as far as we are concerned, because I've engaged Isimangaliso and Source, we are satisfied. But I don't want to assume the responsibilities of the DG and that of the TM. Perhaps you can engage them in private and leave silently. It is now 26 past 12. Can we come back at 25 to? Let's make it 8 minutes, 25 to 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Coco, can we reconvene?
Recording in progress.
Honorable members, can we reconvene? Okay. I see all the gadgets are still here, but we're not getting a response. Can I invite the chairperson of SunParks Board, Mayor Cook? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson. Should I proceed?
Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, the Minister in absentia, Honorable Deputy Minister, DG, chairpersons of other, I think they've left now, CEOs and senior management of the entities and other colleagues from the department. Allow me, Chair, to greet everyone this afternoon. On behalf of the SunParks Board, I am pleased to present our annual report for the 2022-2023 financial year, a year which has demonstrated promising signs of recovery for the organization following 2 difficult years. In terms of our overall performance, the organization achieved 87% of its planned targets, while 13% of our targets were not achieved. Under the guidance of the Minister, Deputy Minister, as well as the DG and the department, that we continue working with the team at SunParks to improve performance and also reporting, because we do need to put the numbers up higher than where they are. To this end, especially on the financial recovery, and the CEO in her presentation will show the detail in terms of our tourism recovery. We have adopted a tourism recovery plan. Our board subcommittees is something that we've reported to the committee before, Honorable Chair, that as part of their quarterly meetings, they also have an item called organizational performance monitoring as part of the quarterly agenda. And also we continue at an organizational level to find ways of improving efficiency. And this includes filling of critical leadership positions, because we believe that that will not only ensure organizational or stability, it will go a long way in improving our performance as an organization and also operational efficiency. On the financial side, Chairperson, we have also seen an improvement, and the detail will be covered in the presentation. Safe to say that we are now sitting at we're looking at a total revenue amounts to 3.2 billion, which is 5% better than what we anticipated when we presented our budget last year. And our revenue performance is 23% better than what we achieved in the previous year. And Chairperson and honorable members, this is still in recovery, but we are starting to see signs of improvement, and a lot of our effort goes into addressing this. Whilst we are seeing the improvements on the side of revenue, we continue to engage in containing costs on the expenditure side, so that we don't live beyond our means. Having gone through the difficult period or the COVID period and seeing how that affects can affect our own business, or how sensitive is the Sandparks business, being a largely tourism business, from a revenue point of view, is sensitive to any changes or shocks in the landscape. So it's important that we continue to have strict financial discipline. And to that end, we've realized a net surplus of 126 million this year from a deficit in previous year of 253 million. And we continue to look at improvements in this because it contributes to our own achievement of organizational outcomes that I have covered already in my earlier remarks. In terms of audit outcomes, Chairperson, I must say it was useful that we sat in when the AG was presenting an overall performance of the DFFE entities and the department. There were quite a few things from our side that were insights in terms of areas of improvement. And I know you're going to have a Lekgotla or a meeting in this regard, but I'm just putting it out there. We benefited from sitting in that meeting, Chairperson, and I'm not suggesting anything. But we learned a lot from the way it was presented. We have had, of course, as the board, our own presentation in terms of how we're doing from the audit side, but it just helps to have had a broader picture, and you look at yourselves and your own performance in relation to other entities, and that was useful. And thank you, Chair, for allowing us to sit in that. Whilst the audit outcome is still an unqualified audit opinion, as it was the previous years, we note that the movement in terms of the matters, that we moved from 5 matters in the last year, where now we have 3 matters. And obviously we need to work towards a clean audit and make sure that we can come to this committee and say that we have attained a clean audit. And I would like to do this at a faster pace than it has been going. And there are still some areas where we are challenged, and these include, not limited to, issues around the quality of our financial statements, which is something that we need to be improving on, slow implementation of consequence management. To this end, Honorable Chairperson, the CEO has got a whole slide showing in detail what has now been what has been done and what are the areas. And notwithstanding that, we are not acknowledge the fact that we could have done things a little bit faster than we have, and we're still experiencing challenges in procurement and contract management, as well as issues around prevention of and management of irregular expenditure. It is an issue of priority. In addition to what I said earlier on about the benefit being sitting in the earlier meeting, we noted, Chairperson, that the issues that was raised around the fraud matter with regard to the Kruger National Park. We did check just with our internal audit whether any of this matter are they aware of this, and we noted the fact that the AG indicated that they have not have a finding, but there is something that they are waiting for the investigation, and they have Chair consulted with our internal audit, and at this stage, as far as we know, no such investigation from our internal audit on this matter is currently happening. But obviously, now that we have been at this committee and know that there's something happening, it's something that our Audit and Risk Committee will have to look at. Chairperson, most of the issues will be covered in the presentation. I do want to say that we continue to see some improvement in terms of our park expansion. We have in the last year contributed over 5,404 hectares of land to our national park system, and those would have been mainly Ado, Tankwa, Karoo, Table Mountain, and Agulhas National Park. We do know, Honorable Chairperson and members, that we have to up our game in this regard. Hence, the need for revenue, additional revenue, and other ways, and partnering with other organizations like WWF and other organizations in terms of the stewardship program, including partnership with communities that will make sure that we meet we work, or if we don't meet, or we progress towards the 30 by 30 target. We continue, Chairperson, to implement some of the policy matters that the department is championing, and notably the white paper work, the work of the high-level panel, and playing our role as an organization in this regard, alongside on the need to start highlighting at a high level more consistently issues related to cultural heritage. We note the fact that as an organization that although we have had some work around cultural heritage as part of our mandate, that we now need to up our game in this regard. Before I close, Chairperson, I would like to say that I think one of the key things from our side are issues around stakeholder management. And because we believe that stakeholder management is critical in the work that we do. We've learned our lessons, and we've worked very hard in the Table Mountain National Park area, working with the City of Cape Town and Cape Nature. And we are working on issues around baboon management, and just improving our relations in this regard. And this is an issue that has been of high priority, and we'll continue to do that. And we're also doing the same around the Kruger National Park with stakeholders, because I think some of the things that we deal with, like wildlife crime, which is a big challenge, we work better when we are working in partnership with communities and other stakeholders. So this is an issue in this report, is that has received our emphasis, and we prioritize it. And last but not least, Honorable Chairperson, on infrastructure maintenance, we continue to improve our facilities. We have improved the efficiency and our ability to implement infrastructure management and maintenance program, and particularly in the Kruger National Park, where there had been increasing complaints, and some of the members would have been alerted us to those. Safe to say that we also, on the climate change side, have also adopted at a board level a climate change strategy, which we are continuing to implement, because we are starting to see as well some increasing in extreme weather events, whether it's the floods in the Kruger National Park that we saw in the beginning of the year, or the recent heavy rains that we've seen in the Southern Cape rather, which have also impacted our infrastructure around Tsitsikamma National Park as well as Table Mountain National Park. So we are looking at these matters, Honorable Chairperson, as matters of priority. And in closing, as I hand over to the CEO, I do want to thank the committee for holding us accountable and keeping us on our toes on some of the things that either sometimes were in the public domain or in the media space that we're either not aware of or not responding to. And I would like to say on behalf of the management team as well as the board, thank you very much to the committee for calling us to on occasion to come back and account. Without further ado, Chairperson, and your permission, I would like then to ask the CEO to present to make our presentation. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to Honorable Minister in absentia, the Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, the DG, Chairperson of SANParks and Chairpersons of other entities who are with us today, our colleagues, CEOs from other entities, as well as colleagues from SANParks. Good afternoon. I'm pleased to present to you today the annual report for SANParks for 2022-23. Lucas, can we move to the contents page? What I will be presenting to you today is I will skip the vision and the mission. I'll go straight into the overall achievements and achievements against the 4 outcome goals, which I will breeze through very quickly. Perhaps I will spend a little bit more time emphasizing some of the unachieved goals in that particular section of the presentation. I will then hand over to the CFO to present the financial report and as well as the progress against the audit outcomes, which also includes the reaction to the presentation that we've just received from the Auditor-General. Let's go to slide 4. Chairperson, Honorable Chair, we have achieved 87% of our targets. And I must indicate, Chairperson, that all of our 4 outcome goals, we have achieved over 80%. We have had, unfortunately, instances where we haven't been able to achieve as much as we could, particularly in outcome goal 1, where we only were off target. We achieved 15 out of 17. Outcome goal 2, we achieved 100%, and we're particularly happy about that. Outcome goal 3, we achieved 14 out of 16 goals, and outcome goal 4, 17 of the 21. It just says to us that the margins of achievement are narrowing very quickly within our, or non-achievement are narrowing very quickly within the environment that we operate in. I'd like for us to move to slide number 6 as well, just still within the framework of discussing our highlights. As the chairperson indicated earlier on, the tourism business being central to who we are and to our sustainability as SANParks, we need to just indicate that in this recovery mode, we've seen a 42% increase in the past financial year, 42% increase year on year, which brought us to 4.9 million visitors that came in through our gates. This is give or take about 70% from where we were in the previous year. So we are still on the road to recovery. We believe that in another year we will be at the point of the status we held in 2019 regarding these volumes, as well as the tourism revenues. We recorded 2.2 billion in tourism revenue. With regards to EPWP jobs, we employed 8,266 youth, 7,083 women, as well as 265 people with disabilities. We also, through our
Excuse
EPWP...
me, Honorable Chair. I did raise my hand. I didn't want to just speak. I just wanted to, through you, just alert the CEO that the presentation is not showing.
Oh,
or is it just on my side, Chair?
No, all of us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, let me just find out what is happening. Just give me a moment. I will just switch off here my video. Honorable Chair, if you could, I think I'm seeing something. I have somebody who's running the presentation and I'm reading from a different screen, Chair.
I also think I'm seeing something, CEO.
Okay, right. We were on this one, and I'll just very quickly start again on these very critical highlights. I indicated the 4.9 million visitors, which is a steady recovery from where we were in 2021-22. That we have recorded 2.2 billion in tourism revenue in terms of EPW jobs. 8,268 youth have been employed, 7,083 women, and 265 people with disabilities. We have, through that EPWP, contracted a total of 863 SMMEs. And we're also pleased to record, as much as the elements in our APP that speak to procurement from designated groups that we haven't fully achieved. The commitment is there, the drive is there, and we are proud to report that 90% of our procurement has been derived from designated groups. We have also seen a 49% decrease in rhinos poached year on year in the Kruger National Park in particular. Next slide. I'll just quickly take you through outcome goal 1, which speaks to sustainable biodiversity and cultural heritage around land and sea. That delivers benefits for the people of South Africa. Next slide. We have exceeded our targets with regards to the indicator of the number of hectares added to national parks. The chairperson made reference to that as well. And also on the effective and efficient management of national parks, we have slightly exceeded that target. We stand at 75%, and that's over and above what we had targeted. However,
who is supposed to move your slides?
It's my colleague. Let me just see if I can just share it myself. Can you stop sharing, Lucas? Right. My screen sharing is disabled.
You are the co-host now. It means you can now share on your own.
Okay. It still says host disabled participant screen sharing. Not.
I can share again, Chair.
Chair, Honorable Chair, has anything come up on the screen?
Yes, ma'am, you are on outcome goal 1.
Yes.
Sustainable biodiversity and cultural heritage.
Yes, I'll just go into slideshow mode. All right. So I had, we must apologize for that technical glitch, and I hope that from my side, when I drive it, there won't be any other problems. I had finished this particular slide, and I'd like to then move on to the other indicator where we didn't reach our target, unfortunately, and that is the amount of land under rehabilitation that that we had targeted to achieve 31,500 hectares to be rehabilitated, and we could not reach this target. We only reached 77% of it, and the bulk of why it is we couldn't achieve this particular target is that, as you will recall, Honorable Chair and members, we had terrible floods in the Kruger, and we were not able physically to, and this was during Q4, so we couldn't physically rehabilitate as much as we had desired to. To a lesser extent in Golden Gates, where the targets were much smaller, but then we were not able to meet this target because the recruitment and training of the SMMEs that we had we had sourced to help us with the rehabilitation took longer than anticipated. All the outstanding initial hectares have been included in the 2023-24 plan. We did, however, Honorable Chair, exceed our target with regards to rehabilitating degraded hectares of land, and we overachieved by 115% in that regard. So a lot of it had to also do to climatic conditions, where in some instances the exact opposite for Kruger, where you have drier seasons, which then allowed us the ability to clear the hectares far quicker than we had, or the hectares of land far quicker than we had anticipated. The same with the degraded wetlands under rehabilitation. We exceeded that target by 111%. We also hit our targets regarding the number of parks we have assessed for climate change vulnerabilities. And the climate change vulnerability strategy was approved by the board firstly, and we undertook 2 climate vulnerability assessments for Kruger and Ochrabis, and the implementation plan template was also designed and approved by EXCO. We're still on outcome goal number 1, and we now speak to the indicator that has to do with the number of initiatives. As per the Green Energy Implementation Plan, we are on target. We had aimed for 4. We undertook 4 initiatives in our parks. Cultural heritage, still under outcome goal number 1. We are on target. We conducted surveys and assessments in Kamdubu and Okrabis. We slightly exceeded our target with regards to the Cultural Heritage Action Plan implementation, where we implemented 11 out of 12 activities, bearing in mind the target was 90% and we achieved 92%. But this had to do a lot with the fact that we had a windfall with receiving funding from the Norwegian grant, which then enabled us to expand our activities. Then the issue of the indicator percentage annual increase in rhino population, we're off target. The target for increasing rhino populations at greater than 0.5% in Kruger was not achieved. And this also has to do with seasonality as well as animal behavioral patterns. Later on, should you wish to unpack it, I do have a scientist who's going to explain this in more scientific terms. But what we know is that rhino population trends in Kruger have shown over the year the synchronized birth type of trend, with a year of high birth rates that is then followed by a year of low birth rates. And this, we saw this marked trend since the drought of 2015 that lasted perhaps a good 2 years to 2017. The previous year of 2022 was a year of low birth rates, and that we understand to be the primary reason why we were not able to meet the overall growth in rhino populations. But we have other subpopulations in Kruger National Park, in both the north and the south, where the rhino growth population was positive, and the populations increased above the annual target. We will continue to implement our rhino management plan as a corrective action. Still on the subject of rhinos, we would like to strongly emphasize that we exceeded our target in other parks with a 77% overall growth in population, as opposed to over and above our annual target of 4% of population growth. Is it not moving? Then, with regards to the number of rhinos poached, both in Kruger and other parks, the annual target was to reduce the number of rhinos poached to under 175. And we're within target. 98 rhinos were poached, which is a drastically reduced number from the previous year. To speed this up, Honorable Chair, please guide me. Would you like for me to focus on the non-achievement, or would you like for me to speak through the entire presentation? If you could guide me, Honorable Chair.
Please focus on the red areas, CEO.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Chair. If I'm to do that, then I will move on to slide 31. Slide 31 speaks to our procurement targets. Earlier on, when we spoke about the highlights, we indicated 90% of total procurement had been spent on previously disadvantaged. However, the granular detail with regards to our procurement shows a slightly different picture. We had targeted that 10% of our procurement would be awarded to QSEs. And this is for procurement spent below $1 million. We have noted that we are receiving very low responses from QSEs to bids that we advertise below 1 million, particularly from the communities that are adjacent to our parks. And there are a number of interventions that we are running, amongst them being running what we call SET workshops amongst these communities in a bid to raise awareness of business opportunities within SANParks and to appeal to them to be a part of the action, so to speak. And the same applies to the target with regards to procurement above 1 million. Part of it had to do with as well not getting the desired response rate, but then we also have a situation of an SCM that is relatively undercapacitated, and this has come through in the audit report as well, which then impacts on the rate of implementation of our procurement plan. But to correct this situation, we are currently and vigorously enhancing efficiencies within that department and ensuring that we augment resources in supply chain, the supply chain department. I'll move on to slide 45, which is the next one that has a red. And this speaks to the percentage of people with disabilities that we have managed to co-opt or employ within SANParks. We targeted 1.3% of our entire headcount, and we are off target. We sit at 1%. There are a few things that have contributed to this. We have limited new appointments because of cost cutting, of course. But then we also believe that internally, some of our employees are not declaring fully their disability, and obviously that is pulling down our numbers. But in terms of corrective actions, we are now sourcing institutions and organizations that can provide us with a pipeline of potential employees who live with disabilities. We are as well empowering our own management and employees about the virtues of employing people with disabilities, just so that it becomes something that is institutionalized. Under outcome goal number 4, we speak to the percentage of the human management annual implementation plan. We had aimed to implement 95%. We only could implement 72, which translates to 36 activities out of 50. And really, Honorable Chair and members, this has to do with the fact that the HCM strategy was approved very late in Q4. And then only 72% of the actions in the implementation plan were implemented. It was approved late because of the amount of detail and refinement that was required before we could submit this report to the board. And EXCO only became comfortable at Q3 that we could comfortably share this with the board. We have then rolled over the balance that was not achieved into this new financial year and implementation plan. Moving on to still under goal number 4, we speak to our digital strategy implementation. We are completely off target here, and essentially there was a delay with regards to configuring the user acceptance testing model, and so we had to restart this process. This testing phase has been completed already in this new financial year, but at the close of the year, we were a little far from saying that we are ready to test it. In terms of the enterprise resource planning system, We are on track now in this financial year, but at the close of the previous financial year, we're completely off track because we had to extend the closing date for the bidding, and the bidding evaluation that had been scheduled had to be postponed. The bid evaluation was then rolled over into this financial year, and it has been completed as we speak. Just very quickly, I believe I am now at the end of the performance slides, and would like at this juncture to hand over to the CFO, Ms. Pritima Kukule, to take us through very quickly as well the financial report as at 31st of March 2023. Ms. Makukule.
Thank you very much, CE. Good afternoon, Chairperson, honorable members, Deputy Minister, Chairperson of the board, other board members, the Director-General, CE, and colleagues. We have before us a presentation that summarizes the audited financial statements for the year that ended on 31 March 2023. Chairperson and members, we can move, please. Before I present the annual financial statements, I would like to provide an overview of our financial performance considering other external factors that affected the business of SANParks in the reporting period. It is a known fact that during the reporting period 2022-23 financial year, our country was still experiencing severe economic challenges due to factors such as energy constraints, high inflation, geopolitical tensions, etc. Despite all these factors, SANParks managed to achieve a net surplus of 126 million, and this was also reported earlier on by Chairperson. This is a significant improvement considering that the entity has reported a deficit over the past 2 years that preceded this reporting period. As the Chair and the CEO have mentioned, we are recovering and tourism revenue, but tourism revenue is still below the pre-COVID levels, and the organization still expects to reach those revenue levels at least by 2025. We can move. Thank you. I will now present the statement that compares the budget and actual amounts of both revenue and expenditure. The entity had a final budget of 3.059 billion rand. The final budget was after a few adjustments that were made during the year. We have slightly revised down the revenue because based on the performance and other indicators at the time, we were of the view that the projected revenue was overstated. However, the picture subsequently changed in Q3 and Q4, hence we have a positive picture. We also adjusted our grant revenue upward by 123.6 million. This is additional grant that we've received from the department, and we are grateful to the department for this support. We also did some adjustment under our expenditure budget, primarily under the salary budget, and which was mainly to accommodate the salary increase and also to reclassify salaries that are related to EPWP program. And then the total revenue, which is the actual revenue for the period, amounted to 3.2 billion rand against the budget of 3.059 billion, as I've mentioned, and this has resulted in a positive variance of 151 million. This variance translates to 5% more than our target. I think this was also reported earlier on when the Chairperson gave her opening remarks. And as it has been said a few times, the main reason for this positive variance is a result of revenue from tourism-related activities having to perform better than expected. The grant revenue was not fully realized as anticipated, as some portion of the grant rather that was received. It was received in the last quarter, and we are planning to fully spend this grant in the current period. So members will remember that we can only fully realize the grant as revenue after the conditions have been met. Of importance to note here on this slide also is the revenue that we've generated under donor funding, which is more than 50% than what we have planned. And this is really an evidence of the efforts that the entity is putting to crowd in funding from other sources other than the tourism revenue and also the grant from the state. And then in terms of the expenditure, we had the expenditure of 3.082 billion, which reflect a negative variance of 23.8 million rand. This is as a result of the cost of sale for fuel, which is the main cost for our operation. We can move. I've already spoken to this explanation. Thank you. And this next statement is a statement which is called the Statement of Financial Position and Performance, and also known as the income statement. The content is slightly similar to the previous statement. However, this statement focuses on the actual figures and also making comparisons with the performance in the previous period. And we see the total revenue, the overall revenue indicates a 23% increase from when compared to the previous period. And we also see the revenue from our own operation also reporting or depicting 37% more than what we had in the previous period. And our revenue from non-exchange transaction, which is largely comprised of the grant revenue, is slightly lower by 10.5% based on the reasons that I have mentioned previously. And in terms of the expenses, the total expenditure increased by 8% year on year. And this is attributed to the fact that as the revenue from operation increased, the related operational expenses also do increase. And also the employee costs slightly increased by 2% compared to the previous period. This has also taken into the account the salary increases, but also that was netted off by the attrition rate. And the operational cost increased by 11% year on year, primarily influenced by the rising cost of fuel and other operating expenses. And this graph, it shows it analyzes the revenue from our two main sources. As we can see, that 73% of the revenue under the period was generated from operations, and the remaining 27% was from the exchange transaction, from the non-exchange transaction, which is dominated by the grant revenue. We can move. And this also is a graph representation of what I've presented, also to show the committee how our expenditure is being structured. Majority of our expenses, sitting at 46%, was for employee costs, and we are likely to see this structure going forward due to the nature of our operations. Thank you. And this slide depicts a statement of financial position, which is also known as a balance sheet. The statement represents the entity's net worth as it displays the assets and liabilities, which basically mean that it shows what the entity was owing and also what we were owning at the end of the previous reporting period. As we can see on the slide, we had current assets of about 2.2 billion rand, and 2 billion of that was the cash on hand or cash in the bank, and we will present that in detail when we go through the the cash flow statement in the following slides. And our net current asset, which is our entity's long-term investment, and this includes the property, plant, and equipment, the intangible soft assets, which is mainly our softwares, and our heritage asset. And we mainly use these assets for our operations. And some of them are movable, some are immovable assets. And when we look at the comparative figures, we do see a slight increase of about 5%. And this is as a result of acquisition of additional assets in the prior year to support our operations. In terms of the current liability, we also sitting with 25% more than we had in the previous year, mainly due to an increase in unspent conditional grants, and that will decrease as we fulfill the conditions of the grant. I wish to mention that SANParks' current assets exceed its liabilities and by 534 million rand, and the current ratio is 1.32:1. This indicates that SANParks can meet its current obligation using its current assets. In terms of the norms, if this ratio is more than 1.2, it is very good, as it means that we have enough short-term assets on hand that we can transfer or convert to cash in order to cover our short-term liabilities should that need arise, although it is quite far-fetched. So in terms of the non-current liabilities, it shows a slight decrease from 941 to 902, and the decrease is mainly due to the decrease that we've seen in the employee benefit obligation, and this is influenced by various factors that are performed when they do the actuarial valuations. And Chairperson and members, SANParks statement of financial position showed the net asset of 3 billion rand, which is a slight increase from what we have reported last year. This really implies that the entity is not only increasing its revenue, but it is also growing in terms of its net worth. So in terms of the cash flow statement, these represent the amount of cash that was received and all the transactions that were paid in cash during the reporting period. And the information on the cash flow statement really complements the other statements that I've already presented on the previous slides. And as reflected on this slide, the cash flow has three main components: cash flow from operating, investing, which investing is mainly for our equipment and assets, and also finance activities, which is mainly our bank charges and so forth. And for the year under review, we have realized a net increase in cash of 258 million rand, which this information correlates all other information from the previous slide. And if we can look at that slide, in the previous period, we did not have a positive increase. We had actually a decrease of about 500 million rand in terms of our cash and cash equivalent. So there is really a correlation. As I said, this statement complement all other statements that we've presented. So it really tells that the entity's revenue is increasing, its net worth is growing, but also its cash flow it's well managed. Thank you. Thank you. And we can then move to the next part of the presentation. In response to the AGSA budgetary review and recommendation report, we have made few recommendations, and some of them have already been covered in both the presentations by the CE and the chairperson, but I'll go through them pretty much quickly. The first recommendation is on the enhancement of the quality of financial statement. We are really in agreement that this area requires attention, considering the material adjustment that we had in the year under review. And we are planning to compile the quarterly interim financial statements, which will be subject to be reviewed by our internal audit unit. And this will be a build-up in preparation for the submission of the annual financial statements in May next year. And I wish to mention that we have already started the process to prepare Q2 and for the period that ended on 30 September 2023, and we will continue doing so on quarterly basis until the end of the financial year. We have also noted the complexity of some of our transactions, and as such, we have also acquired professional services that will assist to perform an independent review of our annual financial statements, and this review will be undertaken before the submission of the financial statements in May 2024. And the finance team are working tirelessly on putting preventative measures in place to ensure that we submit the annual statements that are free from material misstatement. I also wish to mention that we are supported by our CEO, our ExCo, and the board in this process, as some of the initiatives require the support at that level, and we are grateful to that. And in terms of the second intervention is the issue of contract management and procurement and contract management. We have noted some gaps as well in the process, in the internal control, that we have some weaknesses, and throughout the process, we are implementing consequence management and not consequence management from the point of punitive measures only, but we're also looking at it from the point of capacity building, because some of these transactions really, when you analyze them, you see that there are issues of capacity. In some instances could be capacity in terms of structure, maybe SCM structure that's not fit for purpose. It could be capacity in terms of incumbents that are there who need really to be taken to necessary training. Members will note that SCM is a very fluid area. There are lots of developments that are happening all the time. So it is very important that the SCM officials and everyone who is involved in the value chain, for that matter, is able to be capacitated to understand what are the changes, what are the developments. And one of the issues that we have picked up, and we'll see when now we analyze the irregular expenditure cases, is that most of the cases emanated from the fact that most of our officials did not necessarily apply the legislative requirements around the issue of procuring goods and services that require local content. So we have taken some of the officials to training, and also we, the audit outcome exposed our weaknesses on the contract, in the contract management, and then we have put the systems in place. And I wish to mention that in the next month we are going live in terms of automating the contract management. I have spoken about the irregular expenditure around the issue of development control, because it will also cut across this area, and the issue of consequence management, where we've capacitated the team and also developed policies and SOP to deal with some of the issues. And in terms of the irregular expenditure that we had for the year under review, we had about 119 cases. And as I mentioned previously, that the majority of them really related to lack of capacity to apply the issue of requirement around local content. And okay, all right, I'm gonna wrap up now. And we have broken down those cases. 97 cases, which are the majority of the cases, have been finalized, and the disciplinary actions also have been effected, and we have sought condemnation with all evidence from various structures. We can move. All right, Chairperson, with your permission, I will request not to go through the action plan, because I might run a risk of repeating some of the things, because there is really a direct relationship between our response to AG recommendation and some of the actions that we're going to put in place. And on that note, Chair, I will request that I pause here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sandparks. Honorable members, I invite you to engage the report of South African National Parks. Honorable Winkler, followed by Honorable Bryant.
Thank you, Chair. I just have one question so far. It's relating to the AG's findings on non-compliance when it comes to consequence management. If that could be, please be perhaps unpacked. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Bryant.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, two issues. The first one is just the comments that were made between the Auditor-General and the chairperson of SANParks with regards to possible instances of fraud and corruption within SANParks, in particular issues at Kruger National Park. And there seems to be a little bit of uncertainty around that point in terms of whether anything has been uncovered or brought to light. Now, we did have a presentation from Julian Rademeyer on the report on the landscapes of fear, and we did have subsequent discussions around that. And I think what might be being referred to, I mean, I've got an article here from earlier in the year, it was in the Daily Maverick, and it says here, with regards to the Rademeyer report, in one section of the south of Kruger National Park, 14 of the 20 ranges had been linked to poaching networks. Investigations by private auditing firm KPMG and the Hawks, focusing on the IPZ, which is the Intensive Protection Zone, home to most of Kruger's rhinos, have uncovered evidence of payments from syndicates to at least 50 staff from all walks of life. And those numbers are likely to increase, end quote. So, I mean, that is, I think, I mean, it is obviously, I'm not part of the investigation, but that is a clear link, I think, towards sort of fraud, corruption, criminal activity taking place. And none of that seems to have come out in the audit report. So I'm just wondering whether or not that is being investigated, if there are any linkages to staff, because from what is being quite widely reported, it is something that is a huge challenge. Then just going on to the rhinos and the growth rate, and yes, it is good. Every time we see that there are fewer rhinos being poached, that is certainly a positive thing. Certainly. Unfortunately, it is going hand in hand with an overall decrease in the rhino population. And I see that, the decrease in the rhino population, or the lack of growth, is being attributed almost exclusively to drought and low birth rate. And there's no mention of poaching. And even though the number has dropped, 98 poached rhinos must be contributing to the population's inability to grow. So I do think that, it's important to mention that as well, as possibly one of the reasons it must be a contributing factor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bryant. Are there other takers, honorable members? Okay. SANParks, look, I want to start with the findings of the AG. I think it is common cause that there must be consequence management if the findings of the AG dictate that there is a wrongdoing, there must be consequence management. It goes without saying. And I think ever since we got here, we've always been told that there is consequence management. Many cases that relates to rhino poaching would be one, SCM would be two, etc., etc. But we hardly get statistics. We never get to the detail of how far are we insofar as consequence management is concerned. We have found Dave Bryant and Ndibi Mudise guilty, and the verdict is that they must be expelled. So in the financial year under review, we have expelled 2 out of the 20. We've never got such a report. But we are always told that, no, there is consequence management. There are corrective actions that are being taken. But they are never detailed as to how many people have we found guilty, how many have we suspended, how many have we expelled, and so on. I think going forward, we might need to change how we do things, because it cannot be that we're always told that there is corrective action or there is a consequence management. It has to be there because the AG's findings are that there is a wrongdoing. It has to be there, but how far is it being implemented, and how effective is it in terms of assisting the institution to avoid repetition or reoccurrence of the same issues. Whilst on consequence management, I think the presentation of the CEO speaks about enterprise resource planning, which I think is in the main a SCM matter, and it would seem that in most of the entities we have problems of SCM, and again there is no concrete plan that is being presented to us, so that next time you appear in front of the committee, we are able to ask you how far is the corrective action insofar as the SCM is concerned in rectifying the problems identified in the target not being met of enterprise resource planning. The same will go for human, I think it's human capital management. The CEO says to us, EXCO didn't know that, I think EXCO decided not to approve the human capital management and kept on delaying it and so on before it went to the board. Now my question is, didn't EXCO know that not approving human capital management would result in an audit finding, and it will appear in the records of the AG and will affect the outcomes of the audit? And if you are to ask what is being there, no, it has been rolled over. That is the corrective action. I'm not feeling the corrective actions, all of them, it being HCM, it being ERP, it being that implementation of the rhino management plan. whether there are people who are being arrested there or not. I'm not feeling the corrective actions. So can you kindly take us through, CEO? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I will deal with the questions with some colleagues who are with me today. I'll start not necessarily in sequence, but I'd like to start with the question posed by Honorable Bryant in reference to the Rademacher report. The SANParks has always played open cards with regards to admitting when its employees are involved in matters to do with rhino poaching, when arrests have been made and dismissals thereof. What we cannot do, Honorable Bryant, is then to use the Rademacher report, which was an independent research report. We cannot use it as a metric of whether we are succeeding or failing with regards to controlling the extent to which our employees and currently we do not have an internal investigation with regards to how many or any staff members that are involved in poaching. But that said, you are aware that the law enforcement agencies that work with us sometimes I think I lost connectivity for a moment. And as we speak,
yes, you did.
Okay. So as we speak, there could be any investigation undertaken, as I said, by the law enforcement agencies against our staff members, but nothing internally. So the Rademacher report, we acknowledge it. We have read it thoroughly, but we don't necessarily use those statistics reported in the Rademacher report to as the numbers that dictate to us what and how to do things. But that said, we have indicated in the past that we have an integrity management program that we are introducing across the organization. And at the heart of that integrity management program is a polygraph testing policy that has been approved and an SOP that has been approved. So yes, there is something that is being done with regards to ensuring that we are working with particularly rangers, even though rhino poaching has not always been linked just to the rangers internally, but particularly rangers, just ensuring that we are dealing with or working with colleagues who have the highest levels of integrity. Honorable Bryant, I hope that responds to your question. With regards to the issue of consequence management, we have added a slide, Honorable Modise, where maybe I should just project it again. We just indicate the extent to which we have gone with regards to consequence management and investigations and determinations. If that appears, yes, there we go. So in the past financial year, 22-23, we had 119 cases of irregular expenditure, and these cases the vast majority have to do with issues of local content production. So we've broken that down in terms of even the number of cases finalized and the number of cases outstanding. Perhaps to enhance this information, Honorable Modise will then add what the actual consequence was. I'm hearing you asking specifically for that, and it is well noted, Honorable. We shall enhance our reporting in that manner. Going back to the first question, that we seem to be very slow on consequence management. There are a number of issues, and I think some of them do appear in the audit, in the AG's report, wherein it is indicated that our loss control committee has had some stops and starts, a bit dysfunctional in terms of its operations. This was new territory for us, the whole creation of a loss control committee, creating its terms of reference, and then cascading the work of the loss control committee down to the operations, which also included ensuring that our disciplinary policy is aligned to the work of the loss control committee. And this, amongst other things, requested that, or we were obligated to review it, because even as we do manage consequences, we need to make sure that we're adhering, as you will appreciate, to labor laws, and that there is fairness and transparency, as well as, how can I put it, a balanced sanctions that are applied, so that we don't have inconsistencies depending on which department or geographical area that people operate in. This was one of our major fears. We've since ironed out that. Our disciplinary policy has been reviewed and approved by the board, and it speaks with, it has a specific section that concentrates on irregular expenditure. Honorable Modise, I have noted your request that says we speak about SCM capacity. What we are not giving you is a plan on how we are going to be rectifying that SCM capacity. We're quite happy to do that, Honorable, in writing following this meeting. Yes, we do have a plan in place that we're quite happy to share. Honorable Modise, you made a point about EXCO delaying the HCM strategy. This is a difficult one. I don't believe that the intention was malicious. The intention was perhaps being over diligent, because EXCO also had the option of ticking a box and saying this has been delivered, knowing fully that perhaps the quality of the strategy is not satisfactory. In that process, it did not, perhaps, I do not remember it being a central discussion that this will affect the outcome of an audit. What we needed was to make sure that we have a strategy that is going to be central to how we manage people, and not only central, but that it should be a feasible and an implementable strategy. So in our bid to avoid tick boxing, we then went to the other extreme. We also note, Honorable Modise, your point that you are unhappy with all the corrective actions. And perhaps, Honorable, we can break that down a little bit more just to understand how best we can enhance our definition of the corrective actions. I would, through you, Honorable Chair, request Dr. Howard Hendricks, who is our Managing Executive for Conservation Services, to come in just to address the issue of the rhino poaching. And the question was that we referring mostly to droughts as the cause of the lack of population growth, but to what extent are we also factoring the 98 rhinos poached into where the population stands at the moment? So Dr. Hendricks, if I may hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, CE. Good afternoon, Chair and honorable members and colleagues. I just wish to recognize that it was indeed a valid statement by Honorable Brian that one cannot talk about populations, specifically in this case with white rhino, without including explanation or consideration on poaching. And therefore, I wish to ensure that, going forward, when we do talk about the rhino population, specifically around white rhino, that we also include issues of poaching into that statement. It cannot be true that population dynamics are just dependent on birth rates. And as much as we want to talk about droughts, etc., but it is important. The simplest response is that populations must be explained in terms of total loss rates that is relatively compared to recruitment rates. And we know that the loss rates are made up of natural mortalities and also poaching. So therefore, I just wish to recognize that it was indeed a valid statement. And in future, we will be explaining the implications of poaching as part of the overall population dynamics. Chair, I can talk a lot more, but I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Are you done, CEO?
Yes, Honorable Chair. According to my records, we have answered all questions and reacted to all statements. Thank you.
The last speaker says he would like to talk more. I think we would like to hear more. Honorable Bryant.
Thanks very much, Chairperson, and thank you for the responses. I just want to get back to this Rademacher report because it was presented to our committee, and we had extensive engagements with committee members and Mr. Rademacher and officials at the time, and there was a commitment that was made during that meeting from the department, from Sandparks, to go and look into the report and look into those allegations and take them further. Now, what I would like to try and ascertain is, did Sandparks make contact with Mr. Rademacher or anybody involved in collating that report? Because, I mean, the allegations that are contained in there are very serious, that there are significant numbers of staff, and he doesn't only mention rangers, he said staff members involved in corrupt activities. Now, that I would, obviously one is waiting for law enforcement agencies, in certain instances when it comes to criminal activities. But surely, if an entity is being accused of, having those high levels of internal fraud and corruption taking place, that it should be investigated internally at least. And it is a bit worrying to find out that there's no internal investigation at all taking place into any of those activities. So I think my real question is, was any contact made with Mr. Rademacher or anybody involved in that report to try and get more information as to the allegations that have been made, so that can be followed up in the public interest? Thanks.
Shall I respond, Chair?
Sure.
Thank you. Honorable Bryant, perhaps I was misunderstood, but firstly, let me answer the question that you have just asked again. We are in contact with Mr. Julian Rademeyer, and subsequent to his appearance at Parliament, he had a follow-up workshop in the Kruger with a number of our colleagues. So we have an open relationship. He obviously has a lot of contribution to make to a lot of our efforts in this instance. And so, if I may put it this way, he is within the circle. I need to just emphasize that the Rademeyer report, as much as it was a major expose, for us internally, there was very little that is new that we did not know about, that we saw in that article. We have known for years that, for example, one of the things that appeared in that article had to do with the breakdown in trust and the decimation of staff cohesion, particularly in the Ranger Corps. We've been well aware of this for years. It is an issue that we have been tackling in a variety of ways. Where there is a strong and clear suspicion that an individual is involved in instances of poaching, we as SANParks have never been shy of undertaking the investigation, and in many instances doing so with law enforcement. So we have not been shy of that. I am just saying currently, there is no
CO, you keep breaking up. There are times where we can't hear you. CO?
I seem to, I'm in the middle of Pretoria, but I seem to be having a very unstable connection. I'm sorry about
Pretoria is burning.
it is, Honorable Chair. So what I'm saying is, it's not as if we are sitting and not doing anything and not responding to this. I have said we literally are implementing what we call a holistic integrity management system into the parks, and I can just highlight some key activities that we are undertaking as part of this integrity management program, which amongst others includes developing ranger resilience as a way of mitigating corruption and stress. By mitigating corruption, we mean ensuring that the rangers are less susceptible to being co-opted into criminal gangs, to assist them by ensuring, amongst other things, that their financial management skills are brought up to scratch, their debt issues are controlled and managed. So a lot of what we are doing currently, Honorable Bryant, is behavioral change, as opposed to investigating within a vacuum, because as I said, at the moment, we internally do not have any hardcore allegation that we can investigate, but we do know that our ECI, which is a separate, well, it's our internal law enforcement department, is working closely with the SAP, with the Hawks, as it has always been. And at any given time, they could be having their own investigations that do not necessarily make it into an EXCO report, because that is the way it should be, or a board report. That's really what I meant. But I'm just saying we are being proactive. We are aware. We have done our own surveys amongst the Ranger Corps in particular, to understand where the trust issues are, where there has been decimation of cohesion within the team. We have gotten to understand attitude. Are saying the best we can do is to create interventions that assist our employees to manage their debt better, to ensure that they are less susceptible to being pulled into the crime rings. I'm not sure whether I am a lot clearer, Honorable Brian.
Honorable Bryant, is she a lot clearer?
Thanks, Chairperson. Yes, I'm just sorry, the line keeps cutting out a bit, but yes, thank you very much to the CEO for that explanation, and I think it does provide a lot more clarity. It is also very good to hear of some of the other steps that are being taken to improve the operational capacity of the rangers, because I think that's one of the fundamental issues is trying to prevent people from falling into the trap of participating in poaching and other illegal activities. So thank you. And it's also good to hear that Mr. Rodemeyer has been approached and met with and is part of that. And I just hope that any information that comes through by Mr. Rodemeyer or anybody else is then passed on for further investigation to SANParks and the authorities if need be. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to the CEO.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bryant. Thanks very much also to the CEO, including on that part that I had missed in the slides. I think it's slide 74. I don't know what happened. For some reason, I could not see it, but thanks very much, CEO. And the CFO, I'm not too sure if there's anything that might be left out on the part of the CFO.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I think the questions are covered. Maybe on the issue of the ERP is a question that was posed by the Chair as to how far is the process. The CE presented earlier on that the evaluation process was completed, and post to the completion of that process, due to the value or estimated value rather of the project and its complexity, we have then referred it to probity audit. Unfortunately, that process took a while and took longer than we had anticipated, but we are happy to mention that it's now complete and the evaluation committee is considering the report from the probity audit, and we should be able to report on the progress in our subsequent engagement with the committee. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you very much, CFO. Thank you very much, CEO. Thank you very much to the Chairperson of the Board of SANParks. Thank you very much to the Chairperson of the Board of Isimangaliso and the CEO and the CFO, the Chairperson of the Board of South African Weather Services, and the CEO and the CFO and all other team members and role players there. Thanks very much to the team from the Auditor-General. Thank you very much to the Deputy Minister. I want to invite you to give us your parting shot before we close the meeting. Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. It was a long day. The Cabinet Committee started at 7 this morning. I'm still seated in this office. Thank you very much, Chairperson and your team. I just wanted to say to yourself, Chair, as usual, if there are some dissatisfaction with regard to the responses from the team, starting from the first presenter up to the last one. I'm talking now about the entities. We are always pleased to respond by way of in written responses, but I'm happy to see that the CEO has responded to the Rada Meyer report, and also Honorable Bryant being satisfied with the response, because I was just a little bit worried about that one, because I want to be honest, I was never involved in the Rada Meyer report, but I know there was such a report. But all in all, thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to the team from SANParks and the Chair of SANParks. I think I'm happy with the responses. As much I say that my mind is a little bit tired, but I am happy with the responses. And also, I promised the mayors, to the members, that as we usually do, if there are some concerns with regard to or dissatisfaction with regard to the responses, we are always there to respond by a way of written responses. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thanks to the members.
Thank you very much, TM. We really appreciate you joining the meeting. It has indeed really been a long day. I want to take this opportunity to thank the DG and all other DDGs who some had to leave earlier, and still those who are still here. And a special word of gratitude to members of the committee and the people of South Africa, and all the people who take likewise interest in the deliberations of this committee. I express my greatest appreciation to all of you. It has been a long day and the meeting stands adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thanks
Recording
to members.
stopped.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair.